Can we please hold another moment of silence for my destroyed skin barrier? I found this morning that my skin got so upset by me using a vitamin C serum yesterday. I assume is the culmination to, you know, a variety of skincare applications. It probably wasn't just that one time that I put vitamin C on, but even my CeraVe facial cleanser was too much for my poor skin. I came out of the shower and I was like, what? How does my skin feel tight already? Huh? Why I didn't even do anything. Who the fuck pronounces CeraVe like that? I don't know how it's pronounced. CeraVe? CeraVe, whatever. I don't know. I see it I see it on the bottle. I don't say this shit out loud. You need to use aloe vera? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Guess I'll just be like hand washing my face for a bit, man. Jesus. You use a bar of soap? No. Every time I've ever used a like bar of soap, especially for my face, afterwards my face feels like plastic wrap that's been stretched too tight. You know? Fucking obliterates your natural skin oils. Yeah. Way too much. Way too much. Most bar soaps aren't really made for your face. Yeah, it makes sense. Y'all using bar soap in your face? No, I just said I'm not. That's my point. Listen, I only recently... Dude, vitamin C serum goes on at night. Well, that's not what the YouTube guy said. Hmm? Hmm? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're the YouTube guy? And I'm now saying that I put vitamin C on in the morning. Yeah, and exactly. That's what I'm saying. Bum ba bum bum. Bum ba bum bum. Holy shit, the Redditors are essay posting. Oh my god. Why is Vosh anti-prepper? I've explained that. I've explained that. Kathy Hochul announces moratorium on data centers. Really? Well, that's nice. She's pretty good at bending to the, you know, the popular will. There you go. Sorry, I had my earbuds unplugged. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Before we talk about... Hold on one second. Why do you have the most annoying fan base? See, when people say I have the most annoying fan base, it's actually a reminder to me I have a relatively tame fan base. And the reason for that is because if you were online enough to be familiar with literally any other fan base, you would know we're not bad at all. Like what it tells me is that you're part of exactly one fan base. So from your perspective, it's like you deal with people in real life and they're fine, and then you go here and people are crazy. But if you have any experience at all with online communities in general, you're like, oh my god. And trust me, I know. So you know, I'm pretty online. So when I look at my community, I mean, do you annoy me? Yes. Are you insufferable? Yes. But like, it's nothing. Nothing compared to what I've seen out there. Nothing, 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 nothing. Nothing at all. My timeline blessed me with a couple of cop body cam videos, like a second before I started stream. Hold on, you've probably seen the one that's actually politically important, but have you seen this one? Not this one. This one. This shit's crazy, man. I swear to God, they run this shit out there to make people fucking sympathetic for cops. He was in trouble for shoplifting. Hey, hey! No, 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 no! think it's old. Well, the camera says 2025. First time I've seen it. You gonna take my joy away? Crazy. He fucking pulls the trigger too. I guess it just wasn't loaded? Couldn't afford the magazine? Should have shoplifted the magazine. Maybe he didn't have the safety off. I don't know if that kind of guy would ever have the safety on. I mean, he clearly has the impulse control of a wild animal. What the fuck did he think was going to happen here? He's in trouble for shoplifting. He's just going to gun his way out of the fucking... Insane, man. Insane. Good thing he forgot to cock it. I'm pretty sure it was... I'm pretty sure it was cocked. There was a click when he pulled the trigger. If it's not been cocked, normally there's not a loud click. You can hear the firing pin. Yeah, I think it's just not loaded. How do you respond to the common critique that this community is an echo chamber? Well, see, the community is an echo chamber, so I don't hear the common critique that it's an echo chamber. That's the great thing about an echo chamber. I don't actually hear that shit. I can't hear the critiques. They're from outside the chamber. Online ass fucking comment. Crazy.
Hello. How you doing, sir? Good. Sergeant Pacheco, Metro Police. The reason I'm stopping you is for the... I'm aware. For the red light violation back there.
Got his ass.
Your right turn onto Giles here. So, you're
Come
good to
on,
go, sir.
man.
Appreciate you. Have a good day.
And the cop let him go. Didn't get his ass. Crazy.
Hello. How you doing, sir? Good. Sergeant Pacheco, Metro Police. The reason I'm stopping you is for the... I'm aware. For the red light violation back there. Your right turn onto...
It's crazy how much we've accepted. I mean, we accept this for cops, but like... I don't know. I feel like a lot of people really haven't internalized the fact that it's a two-tier justice system. It's the most common criticism in the world. You hear it all the time. All the time. Two-tier justice system. The wealthy, the powerful, they have a different set of rules. But I feel like people really have not internalized that shit, you know? Yes, Lombardo is the governor of Nevada, the Republican governor of Nevada. It's crazy. Cop just lets his ass go. Because, of course, like, if the cop pursued this, he'd be fired. I wonder why this got released, the body cam footage. Like, obviously, the police officer just wanted to, like, he knew Lombardo's plates and just wanted to, like, warn him, but then he left anyway, but then the body cam footage got released? I don't really know, like, what the... I wonder if, like, internal investigations pressed for this to be released? I don't really know, like, why they would do that. Obviously, like, if the cop had pursued this, the governor would have had him fired. Huh. Just from a random records request? Yeah, I guess. I'm surprised they complied. I'm surprised anyone knew enough about this to, like, get the records request. I wonder if, like, somebody in this department doesn't like the governor? They're usually subject to FOIA? Yeah, but, like, someone would have to know about it to know to request it, right? Like, nobody's FOIA requesting every body cam record from every cop over a given range of time. Well, the people in the car, why would they want it released? Oh.
Giles here. So, you're good to go, sir. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Appreciate you. Fucking piece of shit, man. Stupid ass. Cop just wanted a paycheck. Cop was looking for a bribe. Why not, man? It's how things work these days. You guys see that motherfucker who's suing Trump because he bribed Trump and asked for a pardon, but Trump didn't get the pardon? Yes. Boozy badass sues after paying $600,000 for a Trump pardon that never materialized. Okay. Thank you, TMZ. Now I've killed all the damn epileptics in my community. Boozy badass says he paid big money for a presidential pardon, but now he's claiming all he got was a massive bill and an empty promise, and he wants a big refund. According to a bombshell notice report, the rapper's taking legal action against political operatives Jacob Wohl and Jack Berman after allegedly shelling out $600,000 to help secure a pardon from Trump. Okay, so he went to a middleman. He went through a middleman. Gotcha. They say Boozy, whose legal name is Torrance Hatch, struck a deal with the pair last fall after they pitched themselves as having major pull inside Trump's orbit. This is actually the only way to achieve class mobility in this day and age, convincing a like D-tier rapper that you are the ticket to getting a direct pardon from Trump. Did he even have a federal charge, or did they grift this guy out of $600K after he caught a state charge that Trump doesn't even have the ability to pardon? Boozy claims they were so confident they acted like they had POTUS on speed dial. Things allegedly escalated on New Year's Day. You would like Bookie? Bookie? You mean Boozy? Boozy? He's homophobic as fuck, but has zero filter about his IBS and financial trouble, so it all evens out. Really? This guy has financial trouble and is a homophobe? He's also a pedophile, paid strippers to rape his son to prevent him from being gay? I remember that story. I've heard about this story. Yeah. I remember this. Claims he paid for sex for his 14-year-old son. I remember this. Yep. Was this what he was trying to get a pardon for? What was the crime? The other fact is Boozy's quest for a pardon was made much tougher by an arrest for an alleged crime of violence in Texas earlier this year. We tried very, very hard. The report says a White House official flatly denied the duo had any role in the pardon process, saying the clemency team had never heard from Wohl or Berkman, and warning their involvement would actually hurt someone's chance to get a pardon. I like how the White House isn't even like denying that they sell pardons. They're just saying, yeah, this one didn't go through. They're like, listen, if you keep Boy Who Cried Wolfing our pay for pardons, our fucking indulgences, then you're going to ruin it for everyone, okay? What was the crime? Oh, federal gun case. Okay, so it was a federal case. That's fucking funny. You say he's upfront with his financial troubles? I did just see, I don't know if it was like a podcast or something, or what podcast it was, but it was an athlete being like, yeah, man, I made $100 million for a 5-year contract, but after the mansions and the cars and everything, and after buying every one of my family a Rolls Royce, I only got like 20 million left. Do you think that's enough? Or something? I love that. My favorite genre of like 50 IQ musician / athlete posting. Really good stuff. Help me balance my budget. $50 million per year on candles. Buy less candles? No. Never. Absolutely not. I refuse. Boozy. Badass. What a stupid fucking name. Boozy responds to 600K pardon fraud scammer. Boozy badass. Daily hustle counts 100K plus. Boozy goes off. There's no way I'd blow 1 million in 3 months that took me years to make. Part 42. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know shit about anything. Next, you're going to talk about World Star? Well, the video we did with Caleb Hammer did pretty well. I guess, like, there is, no matter what your political affiliation, everyone gets a little bit of schadenfreude of seeing retards mismanage their finances, because it makes you feel better about yours. You're like, ooh, I spent $82 on a DoorDash order that would have cost me, like, 27 to get from there and $10 to make it home, but at least I'm not this guy, you know? Caught. Caught. Hey, Caleb, but fuck are the people in a show the dumbest people on the planet? Yeah. They need the entire state of Argentina on Caleb Hammer's show. Do you think that'd get good views? Yes, a single Fortnite V-Buck is worth more than 1 Argentine peso. Hell yeah, brother. It's gonna be like the capital of WoW gold farming pretty soon, the way their currency is going. The Argentine peso is now worth 0 Argentine pesos. Effectively, yes. Oh, they got left as Messi and racism. Isn't Messi, like, isn't he based? Isn't the war, like, the culture war between Messi and Ronaldo's like a fuckwit and Messi's based? Or is it the other way around? He's a chud? Oh, do I have it mixed up? And Ronaldo is based, but Messi's a chud? Both are bad? Wait, Messi's the good one? Ronaldo is based? They're both good? Ronaldo is a worse chud. Messi's like controversy free. Ronaldo's a rapist. I mean, yeah, they're professional athletes. I assume they all are. Ronaldo has multiple credible rape accusations. Okay, and Messi's like claim to fame is that he has none. You should stop while you're ahead in this subject. You know, there's literally like nothing more annoying than people who talk like you. Messi isn't a rapist, he's better. Can a Europort translate? Dog, he's from Argentina. He's not European. Ronaldo is a narcissistic rapist while Messi has soccer autism. I just assume all athletes are rapists. It's right like 80% of the time. Explain it to me in American football terms. Well, I don't know anything about American football either, so like the worst thing Messi has done is visit Israel in 2013, but he also visited Palestine. Okay, that seems fine. That's not that's fine. I'm not gonna. Messi sat on a plane and sang racist shit about the French national team being full of black players. Hello? Did he at least do it like in a funny way? Like, it is a little bit funny that all of the professional athletes in Europe are black. They're like North African or whatever. It is a little bit funny. It is a little bit funny. North Africans are like stands, like JoJo stands for Europeans, you know? Like a white European team manager or something will make a face, and then 20 superhumanly athletic North Africans will appear behind them and play the damn game. You're approaching me? I have to approach you to play soccer with you. You were right, Messi is Kendrick, Ronaldo's Drake. Oh. This optimized to make people mad. Sorry. It's fine. It's fine. Dude, my face feels so fucking tight. I can't believe that I'm gonna have to, like, wash my face with whale lard or whatever for the next month. That's fucked up. Messi is Tupac and Ronaldo is Vanilla Ice. What? What did you do? I told you I destroyed my skin barrier. I did retinol and vitamin C. Now my skin is like really sensitive. Messi was offered like $500 million to play in Saudi Arabia and turned it down, but he's still an ambassador for them, makes millions from the Saudi government. That's also something I assume of basically every big athlete. Yeah, beast mode. Stealing money from the the Saudi the Saudi fund. Fuck, what's it called? What's the when governments operate like an actual bank account? What's it called? Why am I blanking on the name for this? Norway has one. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Thank you. Know nothing about football, but Helen looks funny. We still call it soccer in this chat. Can everyone please remember this is English chat? This is an English speaking chat. Well, American English. We call it soccer here. Thank you. The US got eliminated from the World Cup. Football's the name now. Yeah, but it was hosted over here. You're not supposed to use retinol and vitamin C together? That's not what a YouTuber said. A reservoir in one of the largest lakes in Arizona is apparently just gone now because we couldn't say no to farmers. Took 3 whole years to drain it completely. Yep. Literally, like, the only reason the Colorado hasn't run dry is because in an effort to preserve our completely unsustainable allotment of water downstream, we have been draining water from other reservoirs. And we're continuing to do this. We're like diverting all of the fresh water in the American West into the Colorado so that we can keep fucking watering our alfalfa in the middle of the desert. All the fish are dead. It's a dead ecosystem now. Don't you mean data centers? No. Data centers actually use very, very little water. The water that's being used on the West Coast is being used for farmers who use it even when they don't need to because it's a use it or lose it system, and they use it to make alfalfa, which is like really, really, really inefficient water-wise for the calories that it produces, but we use it for animal feed. Yes, farming uses a lot of water. The Saudi alfalfa contract was canceled by Arizona's Dem governor, by the way. That's great, but like a lot more work has to be done. We can't just say no to Saudis on alfalfa. We have to say no to Americans on alfalfa. Hold on one second. How is Colorado water used? Sorry, Colorado River, not state of Colorado. Colorado River water used. Yeah, agriculture makes up the majority of it. And of that agriculture, I believe a majority is just animal feed, livestock feed, you know? Not great. Most popular combo is retinol plus salicylic acid. I don't need salicylic acid, though, because, like, I don't have any face acne. I just heard vitamin C would make me glow. AI data center water usage. The water usage thing pisses me off. Really, it does with the AI data centers. Like, the problem with the AI data centers is political and energy use. It's really not the water use. And then if you bring up the fucking beef industry or what, this is just beef, not even all animal agriculture. It's just beef. People are like, well, you know, you bring this shit up, and every LARPing Twitter leftist who would, you know, who wants to post their way out of colonialism is like, well, actually, it's anti-indigenous to be vegan or whatever. Deadass, if you drink celery juice every morning on an empty stomach, your face will look like a baby's cheeks. That sounds fake. You're already glowing? I've got pretty good skin. Another one. The reason this bothers me a little bit is because it feels like a lot of people are only giving themselves permission to care about the environment in the context of the very, very unpopular AI data centers. Like, for one, we've been building out power infrastructure and data centers for decades. It's not new. Like, the ones that are being built specifically for AI are new and being built quickly and cheaply, which means they tend to have like relatively inefficient, like they're obstructive, inefficient, and annoying and stuff. But like the fundamentals here are not this. The AI data centers are an unbelievably tiny percentage of the real problem, whereas the animal agriculture industry is legitimately like half of it, like half of all of it. It's unbelievable how much animal agriculture is the problem. More than, like, you could multiply the size of the AI data center craze across the United States by 10 or by 100, and it still would not match animal agriculture. It's unbelievable how much it is the problem, you know? Can we hate data centers and inefficient, stupid farming at the same time? Yeah, but that's literally like, I hate the Holocaust and jaywalkers. It's a very disproportionately expressed problem. And a lot of people really don't want to touch on the animal agriculture thing because the moment it gets bring up, suddenly everyone is ARFID, everyone can only consume dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets, you know? It's just bad. It's like everyone gets into the like AI data center water argument, but it's literally like not a justifiable argument. Are you a vegetarian? Yes. I'm vegan. I'm more vegan than anyone you've ever met before. Don't ask me again, or ask for proof. Animal agriculture is much more important than the data center thing. Legitimately, it's not. It's actually much less important because it's destroying the planet. Animal agriculture is literally destroying the planet faster than almost any element of human civilization. It's unbelievably bad. AI, like the damage that AI is doing to the world is nothing compared to the damage that animal agriculture is. The idea that like, you know, oh, well, we need hamburgers. You don't. You don't. What about lab-grown meat? It's not. It's sure, whatever. Why does this get brought up every time? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the real existing animal agriculture industry. Wouldn't the goal then just be to reduce meat consumption instead of getting rid of it entirely? No. Why would? What? No. Why would that be how ethics works? Murder Mondays? Dog, that's like every Monday now. Less meat you eat, the longer and fuller your beard grows. Fuck! I forgot to put in beard oil this morning. I'm trying to do that now. I've noticed ever since I started putting in beard oil, like a week ago, my beard's been a lot softer. My beard was pretty soft to begin with, too, so it's kind of like a huge upgrade. Kind of beard oil. It's so, like, corny. It's like Amish or whatever. It's not really Amish. It's like if you on Amazon, it's just I saw a Reddit thread recommending it. I didn't do a lot of research, but it's like it's good. It works. I hate beard culture so fucking much. I hate barbershops and gastropubs that are like the logo is a dude's beard or whatever. It's not a personality. It's just like a feature of my face. Do you comb or brush your beard? I literally like comb my beard or brush it on stream every stream. You've seen me do it before. Those are your people, millennial man. I know. But that doesn't mean I can't be like, you know, a little embarrassed. Honest Amish? Yeah, that sounds right. I don't know. It works pretty good. How expensive are your burgers? Every burger should be $50. Or maybe like 80. We do things a little differently here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. At least they invented like, you know, good food, basically, good restaurants. Certain fish farming is actually carbon negative. Look, we don't need to do this like internet debate lord hyper consistent contrarian devil's advocate bullshit, okay? I'm talking about animal agriculture. That is what I'm talking about right now. We don't need to talk about lab grown meat or fish farming or whatever the fuck else. I'm just talking about animal agriculture. It's the only thing that I brought up, and it's bad, and all evidence says it's extremely bad. It's apocalyptically bad. It's literally like really fucking bad. We don't need to get into the weeds. It's okay. We can stay on topic. Like, is anyone, can you still eat fish? I don't know. Like, it's legal. I'm not going to stop you. It's all excuses from you blood mouths. That's insane. You're a psychopath, but I like it. I like that. Blood mouths? That's crazy. No, that's cool. Like in 100 years, those are the slurs they're going to be calling us. You know, the animal agriculture industry is going to be considered insane by future humans, right? Like 100 years from now, they're going to be like, and this is what the inside of a like livestock farm looked like. All the cows are like in little boxes. They never move and they swim in their own shit and they're injected with antibiotics and hormones. We were so addicted to eating cheap meat that we actually developed super bacteria because we were flooding the bodies with these cows with antibiotics so that they could survive while stewing in their own liquid shit. And then we ate them. And people in the future are going to be like, holy shit, those crazy blood mouths. Or whatever that guy said. In 100 years, Peter's going to be so whitewashed. I mean, PETA is objectively less bad than anyone who eats meat. Like, everything PETA has done that is harmful is probably less than the combined moral harm that I alone have done simply by partaking in animal agriculture, by buying meat and dairy and stuff. Like, they're annoying, but in fairness, so am I. So, you know, they put down thousands of animals every year. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know the details. I'm just being a little bit inflammatory. I mean, I've indirectly killed animals. Sure, but that doesn't mean they aren't ineffective. Yeah, but like in fairness, have you talked to a carnivore? You know there's like nothing you can do to change them, basically, right? They're like awful. Have you talked about veganism to anybody? They're like they're so defensive. Even internet leftists who are like free Palestine, the moment you bring up veganism, all of them are like, Inuit tribes survive by hunting seals. So actually, I think I need to eat the poop stewed, subsidized, antibiotic pumped cow steroid meat. Thank you. Like it's instantly 100K likes, 50 billion likes on every post. But vegans are so annoying. This one reminded me that we harm animals to eat them, you know? So like I don't I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Vegans are the most offensive. You're literally wrong. I genuinely, you are so, it is a position born of like genuine ignorance, I assume, if not malice, but meat eaters are the most fucking defensive people. Vegans are literally just like, hey, reminder, I'm correct, which they are, and like everyone loses their mind and starts lying. They're like, well, actually, it's good for the. Actually, it's more harmful to the environment to eat vegan. No, it's not. But like a bunch of people believe it for some reason. I don't know why. Like it's insane. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. We're getting into the weeds right now. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Eating animals is objectively better than stealing dogs from homeless people and putting them to sleep. I don't know. You want to math it out? How much like a cow born into a lifetime of torture before it's slaughtered for its meat equals one dog stolen from a home? Like we can do the oppression Olympics math on this. It's pretty bad, folks. It's pretty bad. You'll be vegan one day. I'm already doing the preparations to be vegetarian. If you feel like lab-grown meat, it's not happening in real life right now. I'm talking about real life things. Back to the kids' table. Vegans don't build muscle. Another insane misconception. A lot of people just believe crazy. Thoughts on hunting, killing a deer? I don't care. We're talking about animal agriculture. Everyone wants to talk about other shit. We're talking about animal agriculture. But no, like literally vegan protein is the same protein as meat protein. It's protein. It's a macronutrient, you know. You can get it from all sorts of places. How many chickens die every second? I don't know. It's like 5 million or so. It's like a couple thousand or so. Not every second. I don't know. A lot. It's a lot. It's a big number. Chicken stats and more. Man, this shit like actually makes me so fucking upset. 29.5 billion animals been killed for food this year in the United States. It's like really fucking nasty stuff, you know? Genuine question. I've lowered my meat consumption by like 90%. How do I slide and volley? I don't know. I still eat meat right now. But like, good job. Seriously, that's really good. Don't the again, at the end of the day, the problem is that this has been reduced to like a contrarian internet argument topic where people are fighting over being consistent or whatever, when in reality, the fact that vegans are morally superior to non-vegans is an inarguable moral fact of the universe. You might as well be arguing to defend slavery. Like, you genuinely settled the argument, you've lost. Which means there's no really a point in litigating the measures of it. Just do your best to live good, you know? Genuinely, when I'm arguing over animal agriculture, I feel like people are arguing like it should be okay to, like, I don't know, fucking starve the homeless, or slavery is okay, or genociding Palestinians is good. Like, it's such an asked and answered question. Just do your best, you know? Like, even vegetarians still buy shit from companies that use the money to like send shit to Israel or whatever. You know, it's you can't live your life perfectly. Just understand what's good and what's bad and do your best. Nobody lives up perfectly to their moral code, not a single person alive. Like everyone is like, oh, in theory, I know my $5 would be worth more in the hands of a homeless person, or like worth more in the form of like water purification tablets sent to the Congo or whatever. But like, I really want those $5 for ice cream. Nobody is perfect. I'm not interested in arguing people into being perfect, but we have to at least agree on what's right and what's wrong, right? You know what I mean? Legislating away meat production is going to be really hard. Well, on the plus side, we might not have a choice soon anyway, because climate change is going to eradicate modern agriculture, and pure like raw demand for efficiency is going to destroy our ability to do animal agriculture. Like, we won't have the productive ability to produce the feed necessary to feed the, so like the planet is going to course correct for us soon. And for every human that dies of starvation, like 1 billion animals won't have been raised and tortured for all their lives and died to feed us. So if you think about it, actually, climate change is sort of like correcting moral harm. And then like the lizards will be happy or whatever because they're okay with the sun, I think. It's fucked up that humans are like the only things that get sunburnt. Like, mammals with fur don't get sunburnt, they just overheat. We overheat, but we also get sunburnt. And lizards don't get sunburnt. Lizards die when it's 40 out? Do they? Nah. Maybe some of them. Lizards can get sunburn? Okay, then they can go in the fucking shade. Okay. We drained a reservoir because we couldn't tell farmers no. Don't think of veganism as a streak. Think of it like a percentage. Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Vosh, it's mad weird to conflate all animal farming with factory farming. This is what I mean, man, with the defensiveness. Literally all I've said is animal agriculture, and I'm referring to the conditions the vast majority of animals are raised in animal agriculture. You don't have to, everyone's like, well, what about this? What about that? What about like free range? We're just talking about animal agriculture, dog. It literally, if I was talking about the way Israelis treat Palestinians, and you're like, did you know there's like a village in the West Bank that's never been bothered by settlers? Like, it's weird, you know? I'm talking about a general, like, monstrously unethical tendency, and people are like, okay, well, what about like the 5 farms where the farmers will go out there and like, I don't know, give the cows back massages or something? It's like, okay, yeah, like I guess that's better. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not telling you that you have to like cut out all animal agriculture consumption or you're fucking evil or whatever. Okay, just there's obviously like a moral gradient here. Just like try to lower your animal consumption or whatever. I used to eat way more meat than I do now. But I'm not going to pretend that I'm like, great about it. Trying to be better. Do you count free range as good? Free range is mostly a marketing term. Like again, like the vast majority of animals that we raise for animal agriculture are raised in like torturous conditions. Um, it's like I don't know, like we're arguing in the weeds here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just fully commit to the bit at this point. What are you linking me? What is this? Is factory farming humanity's biggest crime? I mean, like, I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I guess. Like, I don't know. Maybe. I feel like no productive discourse can come from litigating like how many cow deaths are equal to 1 human death. I feel like most people would agree a human is worth more than a cow, and I would agree with that. But then it's like, what would you what would you rather do? Like one guy dies or that guy lives and like tortures 1,000 cows to death? And then it's like that was kind of a dick thing to do to the cows. I don't know. What about like 10,000? I don't know. You can do the math. I'm not going to do the math. It's up to you. 1 human is worth 7 cows. That's like a Hindu math right there. Okay, that's I feel like that's very favorable to the cows. Listen, I mean, like, all I'm saying is that I think the average human's probably worth more than the average cow, but you could probably find humans that are worth less than any cow, but you couldn't find cows that are so bad that they're worth like nothing. Like every cow is morally worth 1 cow, but there are some humans that are worth 0 cows. Every Republican, yeah. I think a fair ratio is basing it off biomass. Okay, bucko. All right, all right, all right. Let's be careful here. All right. Yeah, aspire to be a high cow individual. I'm going back to fatty in days, man. If that's how we're doing it, like off of biomass, I'm a great cow but a terrible human. I feel like a lot of people I feel like a lot of people kind of fit in that category, you know? I know some people who'd be great cows, but like as people, they kind of struggle a little bit. I'm sorry. Aren't conservatives technically cattle? That might be a little bit too generous. Definitionally, cattle are useful. All right. Hold on. We should clear some of the... We should clear the field a little bit here.
New York City's Department of Housing Preservation and Development is planning what they're calling an exciting announcement about a new affordable housing project in the East Village.
Seeing a bit of a contrast between the opening to this video and the title of the video.
This comes as a new report confirms something many of us have felt. Housing prices just hit another record high in the city. Bislam's Derek Waller's here now to break down the alarming new numbers, and they are alarming.
Yes, stunning new numbers, really, that we just got this weekend, and they are alarming. And I can tell you that the June median rents in Manhattan surged to numbers we've never seen before, and that is pushing up prices in the outer boroughs as well.
I mean, it's pretty expensive. It's definitely a premium to live in New York, but it is a very nice city.
But nice comes at a cost. Alma Raghazi just moved to Rego Park, Queens from Tampa, Florida for med school.
Just give me the number.
$1,000 more a month. Back in Tampa, it was around $1,300. Here, it's around $2,300.
And that price for a
$2,300 is actually lower than I expected it to be.
one-bedroom is quite cheap compared to what the same unit's renting for in Manhattan. A report from the real estate firm Corcoran showing median rent prices surging more than 8% year to year to just shy of $5,300 a month. Brooklyn also hitting a record at $4,350. Other recent data showing higher prices in parts of the Bronx and Queens too. Average rent prices in Rego Park up 12% year to year for a one-bedroom, according to real estate.
Jesus Christ, 12%. My God.
From M&S.
And the landlords are not running social welfare programs. It's not like I'm, let's love the landlord, but I mean, they provide a service. They're doing it for a profit.
This is a crisis.
New York.
I mean, they're really not providing a service, but...
City Comptroller Mark Levine telling me it's as simple as supply and demand.
Rents are going up everywhere for one simple reason. We don't have enough housing.
You know, isn't it just so expensive to build a new project in New York City? Is that part of the issue as well? Because you see these new buildings go up and they've got to charge like, $6,000 for a one-bedroom.
More than that, man. We are seeing the average cost of housing easy $750,000 per unit, and sometimes more than $1 million per unit.
Yeah, that's really not good.
Calling on city lawmakers to streamline regulations and make sure office or residential conversions continue.
It would be a terrible mistake if, because of this horrible construction accident, which is serious, which does need to be investigated, but if we let that one construction accident stop this very successful plan to convert vacant office space to housing, it would be a terrible mistake.
And that report from Corcoran also revealing the
12% in 1 year, man. That's fucking crazy. All right, well, just a little tidbit. Let's go to a not tidbit. So I thought yesterday that Trump might be giving a speech on the reigniting of the Iran war, considering the fact that we're engaging in prolonged strikes. The Houthis in Saudi Arabia are bombing each other. Iran took out like U.S. defensive installments and HIMARS rocket systems in Kuwait, along with an offshore drilling platform. But it turns out the actual thing that he's going to be talking about in a speech on Thursday, according to a bunch of people from the White House who immediately leaked the information, obviously, is the integrity of the 2020 election, or elections in general. He's really nervous about the midterms, it seems, which, the Republicans are going to lose. I heard, and I could be wrong on this, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I heard that he's going to just straight up say that John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock are illegitimate. Yeah, this is from the Washington Reporter. Trump is planning to announce that Georgia's two senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, are illegitimate because of fraud. I have no idea what... I heard Kyle Kalinske say that. Oh, well, there you go. I don't know what exactly he's going to do to follow up on the accusation that two sitting U.S. senators are illegitimate. But Okay, the White House has said that it will not focus on Georgia's 2020 elections. Georgia Republican source adds to us that they were notified of speech and the upcoming report's initial Georgia election focus in advance. Okay, so the White House denies it, but local officials don't deny it. There's been some shit going on in Georgia, yeah, for a while, with the sympathetic electors board there. Well, thankfully, he's not in charge of state elections or Congress. Well, he kind of is in charge of Congress through Mike Johnson, and also he is kind of directly in control of Georgia's election process, because the 3 of the 5 people on the elections board in Georgia are like hardcore MAGA aligned. So is that legal? Does it matter? He's trying to rig a couple of states. I mean, yeah, obviously, but also, like, I don't really know what the implication is of him saying, like, the existing senators are illegitimate. I don't really know where we're going with this. Trump speech election. Kind of like a very generic. Hold on.
The president has announced plans to deliver a rare primetime speech to the nation on Thursday night. And this morning, we've learned more about what he is planning to address. NBC's senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez with the details now. Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. The president did not specify what he'd be talking about during the speech, scheduled for 9 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. And while it comes amid those escalating tensions with Iran...
Allegedly, he'll offer Maduro leniency if he offers evidence to his 2020 election interference claims. Oh, yeah, I forgot. They have Maduro in a CIA black site right now. He's in Guantanamo Bay getting his nuts tased.
On MS Now reports, citing 2 White House officials, the president is expected to address newly declassified intelligence, which the administration claims reveals plans by foreign nations to interfere in the 2020 election. 3 people familiar with the effort tell NBC News that a White House task force had been gathering thousands of pages of documents from U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies, including information related to the 2020 election, signs of ballot irregularities, and potential voting machine issues. After that election, President Trump and his allies filed multiple...
He's in New York. Guantanamo Bay, New York, yeah. Getting his balls tased.
Multiple lawsuits, but they were overturned in large part over a lack of evidence. Elections experts and government officials, including members of President Trump's cabinet during his first term, have said there was no widespread voter fraud. Still, President Trump has continued to falsely claim the 2020 election was stolen, and he named a longtime supporter, Bill Pulte, to temporarily lead the intelligence agencies. Overnight, Democrats, including Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, argued the president is focusing on, quote, debunked election...
Right, yeah.
With the integrity of America's elections on the line, let's bring in MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian. Vaughn Hilliard is our senior White House reporter. Charlie Sykes writes the newsletter to the contrary on
Cuba
Substack.
Next. They would have gone after Cuba already if it wasn't for how much of a shit show Iran has turned out to be. 100%. Difficult to get involved in 2 quagmires at once, you know?
And Ankush Kadori is a former federal prosecutor and author of Open File. Vaughn, why this? Why now?
I don't want to get in front of too much reporting that we're actively working on, Alicia, here, but we should have updates here soon on exactly what the framing of this Thursday announcement is going to be and what documents that we are looking at. I think that we just need to set up this as the reality that Donald Trump, 1.5 years into office, was frustrated and angry by the lack of the intelligence community proving that he, in fact, won the 2020 election, that he had it stolen from him. We looked at Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence.
Is there a reason news anchors are always blinking? The lights in the studio are pretty damn bright.
The CIA Director Radcliffe, folks that now for a year and a half before Gabbard left, of course, who had access to this raw material, folks across the intelligence community that made determinations that there was clearly no evidence that would suggest that there was vote changing and that Donald Trump actually won the election. Fast forward to where we find ourselves now. It's here in July of 2026, and the president of the United States has turned to other folks, people like Bill Pulte, people like John Solomon, people like Cleta Mitchell. These are folks that have been at the forefront of his election denying.
And that's why this is so dangerous, because we have no idea what they are cherry picking here, what Donald Trump is going to present to the public.
I don't really know what he can do about it that's actionable, to be honest. I mean, he's made a million efforts to interfere in the electoral process. I have no doubt that there's going to be a lot of fuckery with the midterms. I just don't really know how much of a difference it's going to make, you know?
That would be
Why is Trump doing this as a distraction? Because he knows he's going to get washed out in the midterms.
Very misleading. For example, there was reporting that China was trying to flood the country with fake driver's licenses. That was several years ago. Some senior FBI officials withdrew that report because they realized it was bogus. Some of those people were later fired in this administration because the Trump administration didn't like the fact that they withdrew that report. Nonetheless, it was a false report. It wasn't true. These were fake IDs designed for teenagers trying to get into bars.
Knowing him, it's pretty likely that he doesn't actually think that he's going to lose legitimately. Like, I do believe that he believes the voter fraud is real. Like, I believe that he believes it's an actual problem. So my guess is that in anticipation of a midterm blowout, Republicans around him have been telling him about the continued threat of electoral fraud to kind of like mentally buffer him against when the results come in, you know?
So those are the kind of things that are circulating in U.S. intelligence repositories that we are concerned that Donald Trump may present to the public as evidence that the election was stolen, when in fact this information says nothing of the kind. Alicia.
Charlie Sykes, I'm not sure if you're clairvoyant or if you're just paying attention, but your latest column, you write about all the ways we've already seen the president change election rules. You've said that it's, quote, cosmic naivete to think Trump won't try to interfere in the election. This isn't actually about 2020. This is about 2026. This is about 2028.
No, that's exactly right. Look, I mean, you know, he wants to relitigate 2016 Russian interference, 2020. But, you know, make no mistake about it. This is about undermining confidence.
Well, hold on. The Russian interference was true.
In elections for 2026 and 2028, perhaps providing a pretext for more election interference, including the declaration of an emergency that would allow the federal government to control or interfere with the electoral process. This is what he is doing, and none of it is subtle. You see it in the firing of members of the bipartisan election commission. You see it in the a letter of extortion going out to states saying that we will withhold counterterrorism funds unless you change your election rules. His passion for the SAVE Act, and this is.
What do you think the likelihood is of him declaring a state of emergency? I can't see the future. I can't see the future. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to give you odds. Odds? You want odds? Good Lord. No, I don't think so. Well, we'll see how it goes. Was it really the Russian interference stuff? Yeah, it was well corroborated that the Russian government made an effort to interfere in the 2016 election to get Trump elected. Yeah, it's like very, yeah. Think Iran might actually beat the U.S.? Maybe, but we'll get to that in due time. Hold on. Good. Good. And good. Recent reporting showed Russia is getting into the Alberta separatism propaganda. Any country that lets itself get washed over by Russian propaganda at this stage, when Russia's like spare budget after funding the war effort is $5, kind of deserves it, you know? Alberta separatism. Yeah, whatever. It's not going to go anywhere. I'm a little bit curious in following up on this. Mike Johnson, in his weekly congressional address, said something interesting.
There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through how important and how imminent it is that the Pentagon needs additional funding, and what that number precisely is going to be, and what
the question was, can you list the specifics of what the request is for the Pentagon? We've seen it's over $350 billion as a request, and some of this is transformational kind of funding that will help us change the dynamic of the Department of War and make it more efficient and effective. It's already the greatest fighting force on the planet, not even close, but there are some ideas, a real vision on how to improve that even further, to bolster that. You've heard the president talk about how he wants to effectively double the funding for national defense. Look, we live in dangerous times. We're fighting communism on our own shores, and we're fighting evil terrorists and tyrants around the world. And
$350 billion additional dollars to the Pentagon, in addition to its already exorbitantly inflated budget, to fight communism on our shores. I assume he's referring to Cuba here, but I don't think it's a coincidence that this is in the lead up to the midterms. I wouldn't put it past them to try something drastic like that. $350 billion. The bill is expected to combine a funding boost for the Pentagon with a grant program to encourage states to adopt voter ID and other restrictions in the President Trump pushed Safeguard American Voter Eligibility America Act. Wait. Safeguard American Voter Eligibility America Act. Oh, right. Yeah. Save America Act. God, that's stupid. And measure to address what Republicans say is fraud in federal programs. How wonderful. $350 billion. I don't think this is going to go through. Separate request for an $87 billion defense supplemental includes $67 billion for the Iran war, funds to curtail the ongoing Ebola outbreak, aid for farmers, always aid for farmers, always aid for farmers. So wait, it's $350 billion in addition to the $87 billion? So in total, $437 billion? Well, we'll see how that goes. The ongoing Ebola outbreak? Yeah, the one that, like, ripped across Africa because we cut US aid, and now we're trying to stop it because it turns out there are consequences to letting plague run rampant through part of the world. Like, global consequences. Yeah, well, I guess we'll see how that one goes. Meanwhile, in Congress, Hakeem Jeffries is opposing an amendment that would block U.S. aid to Israel, obviously. Top House Democrats on Tuesday said they will oppose an effort to cut funding for Israel's military amid a rebellion from voters over U.S. support for the Middle Eastern ally that has roiled recent primary elections. Ally? Well... The party's been debating how to vote on an amendment that would halt $3.3 billion in military aid for Israel, while the Republican Congressman Thomas Massie has proposed adding to an appropriations bill for the State Department and related agencies. Democrats were debating the amendment. Love getting outflanked from the left, man. From the right. Love getting outflanked from the right. Love Thomas Massie, who is, again, a fucking right libertarian. Getting to hold his own on this. Chat, what's that bill that classifies all trans people as anti-fascist terrorists? There is no such bill. What you're referring to is a National Security Memorandum, the NSPM, or maybe I mixed up those letters, NPSM 7, which gives federal policing agencies broad designation to categorize extreme pro-trans activists as terrorist groups. Yes, the NSPM 7. It is not a law. It is not a bill. Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, said he would oppose Massey's amendment, calling it overly broad and warning it could cut off funds from humanitarian aid programs and complicate efforts to counter militant groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. Good, good. Here's Jeffries' full statement. Dear colleague, I write in connection with U.S. policy towards Israel, the Palestinian people, and in the Middle East. Notice, Israel, the Palestinian people, and in the Middle East. Consistent with the position, blah, 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 boring, boring, boring. Overly broad in that it prohibits or would limit the use of funds for long-standing initiatives relating to humanitarian aid, refugee resettlement, peace building, and U.S. embassy operations. In my view, there are far more decisive ways to achieve the urgent change necessary when it comes to the far-right Netanyahu government. Republican leaders are desperately trying to weaponize an amendment they do not support for nakedly partisan reasons. However, given the strongly held views throughout the caucus in this important area of foreign policy, we are not whipping this vote. Do-do-do-do-do. Wonderful, yeah. Always blaming Netanyahu. They've all received their marching orders. They know what their job is. God, this shit pisses me off. It's only for $3 billion, too. Like, it's such a mild... I know $3 billion's a lot to, like, plebs, but, you know, that's like, I don't know, one rocket these days. It is annual funding, though. HR 8595. National Security Department of State Related Programs Appropriations Act 2027. God, I fucking despise the way our legal system works. It feels like nothing could have changed the outcomes that this eventually led to, you know? Like, when Congress is neutered in this way, when, like, the only way to ever pass legislation is everything just gets added to, like, the one yearly mega bill, and everything gets delayed indefinitely because there are 1,000 ways to add riders, or, what's it called, pork barrel politics, you know? Makes everything so fucking messy. And impossible to follow as a citizen, too. That's partly the point. It's absolutely the point. Sausage politics? Yep. Don't ask how it gets made. Anyway, I'm not surprised that Jeffries is opposing this. He, like, never posts. Ugh. Why does everything have to be in one megabill? It's the way Congress is designed. It's super, super cool and super smart. I'm genuinely slow and trying to listen to do work, but we don't hate Jews, obviously, but hate Netanyahu. So when establishment Dems or anyone really says we dislike what the Israeli government's doing, we hate when they say that because it's just a cop-out. Because two problems. For one, they don't say the Israeli government, they say Netanyahu. This implies that Netanyahu is like a rogue leader who is not supported by a broad consensus, which he is. It would be like saying, like refusing to say Nazi Germany or Germany in World War II, but continuously saying like, Hitler's Reich or something. Like, we just need to get rid of Hitler. I'm sure people did say that, but the implication here is that Hitler would be replaced by, like, a better leader. The problem is, obviously, if you assassinated Hitler and Hitler was replaced by somebody within the Nazi party, it would be some guy pretty similar to Hitler, you know? It's not like the number 2 to power in Nazi Germany was a fucking progressive. Likewise with Israel, Netanyahu's opposition is also far right by our standards. It's the society over there. The Israeli society is far right. It's not just Netanyahu. It's not just the Knesset. It's not just their leadership. Their society is far right. You can replace as many governments as you want. The problem is that a majority of people in Israel have Hitlerite views. This is, of course, due to like propaganda, political pressure, deliberate efforts by the American and Israeli government, so on and so forth. The reasons that they arrived at those positions are complicated. Obviously, collective trauma from the Holocaust, the feeling that they have infinite moral license to do anything they feel is necessary to defend themselves because they were subject to like one of the worst genocides in history, if not the worst. All that, right? But not the power scale genocides. Regardless of the reasons why they are like that, they are like that. So saying Netanyahu, it really, really, really implies that he's the problem. Libs do the same thing with Trump enacting that he's the sole problem. Yes, they do. 100%. Yeah, I do. And with recognition to my consistency, I do the exact same thing when Democrats act like Trump is the problem. In fact, sometimes people in chat will be like, all this because of Trump. And I'm always like, no, it's not actually because of Trump. It's not even really because of the Republicans. There are really fundamental problems at work here, So yeah, in fairness, that like critique of the, oh, it's just the leader, we just need to replace the leader. This has always been a liberal thing. Don't critique the system, just replace the leaders. Billionaires are fine. We just need good billionaires, et cetera,
indicates that the Americans can't do very much to keep the straits open. Despite what President Trump said, they cannot keep the straits open unless they're prepared to sail in there with their 2 carrier battle groups and fight a battle of the Hormuz Strait. And if they fight that battle, they will undoubtedly win it. But in winning that battle, they'll lose something as well. They'll lose a ship, or they'll have ships damaged. They might have some of their personnel killed. They cannot do it without loss. But they would win the battle if they took it on, but they won't take it on.
And they've already lost somewhere in the region of 18 members of the military, I think.
They have, yes, in this war. Yeah, and quite a number of aircraft through accidents. And
even this is stupid. It sounds like it's conciliatory to Iran's power over the United States military, but like, we couldn't take over the strait. The problem is, taking over the strait doesn't just mean having boats there. It means securing it. And we don't have the ability to secure it against an infinite deluge of, cruise missiles and Shahed drones. People act like white racists only existed when Trump got into office. They've been around before Trump. True, but keep in mind that white racists are, too, not the main problem. White racism, as we understand it, white supremacy, is almost entirely a construct of capital interest. At least for the past 150 years, it's been a deliberately manufactured psyop designed to keep the proles fighting amidst each other while, all the wealth is hoovered up. That's not to say it's not a real problem, only that, like, even if we could snap our fingers and eliminate all racism on Earth, the mechanisms that are ending the world right now would continue unabated. Well, mildly abated. I would say somewhat abated. I won't pretend that it's not a big enough problem that they wouldn't be at least somewhat abated. But there is a top tier to the problem, We would need to topple Iran. I don't think we could topple Iran. We've exhausted like a significant amount of our resources just doing like nothing to them. We've peppered them. We don't have the ability. Hold on one second. Okay, wait, hold on one second. One chat message from my friend group chat popped up and it makes me worry. Oh, okay. Sorry, I saw a friend. I saw, quote, firing you, and I thought a friend of mine had gotten fired, but they were referring to a previous incident. Okay, just making sure. Okay, all my friends maintain their jobs. That's good. Okay, very good. Call me conspiratorial, but I think the ICE concentration camps and prison industrial complex call back to slavery in essence. Yeah, sure. But, I mean, remember, white supremacy in America was literally manufactured to post hoc justify the transatlantic slave trade. Like, our modern conception of racism, racial science, and racial superiority did not exist before the 17th century. It was a post-transatlantic slave trade invention. Not to say racism was invented in the 17th century, but the modern conception of it, the idea that there is a scientific hierarchy of races, the idea that slavery could be part of a natural social order because of the natural hierarchy of races, the specific ways we make those arguments, those were all economically convenient to make, At the end of the day, basically all discrimination stems at a fundamental level between having and not having. The material dialectic, weaving its way through time. Basically every distinction between people, men and women, different races, different tribes, on some form or another stems from an argument about property rights. Who gets what, in what amount, who has rights to what, who inherits what. It all stems from that, Monarchy and hereditary hierarchies stem from a desire to keep wealth, like, in group. Which is why, I mean, it's Engels' Origin of the Family, et cetera, right? But, like, fundamentally, it comes down to power differentials. I think that's pretty much, like, the root of it. There are some kinds of, like, tribalism that persist even without that. Like, we are innately tribalistic. We were in tribes. And a lot of sexism probably roots from a biological origin that's not necessarily downstream of property rights, but I think it explains a good majority of it. You know, at the very least, it's a strong axis around which a lot of other, you know, considerations can be built. These are all frameworks for understanding, not total holistic explainers for the whole world. Well, that would certainly be nice, Nuts. In my opinion. What about the Prussian system? I don't know what I'm not familiar with that. What were we talking about? This guy doesn't know about the Prussian system? He doesn't. He doesn't. I imagine there were multiple Prussian systems. You know, they had a whole empire. Anyway. Ooh. The base affects the superstructure? I've heard rumors about that. All right. Da-na-na-na. I saw a clip from the Moana live action movie, and it was shit, obviously. And then I was like, hold on a second. Wasn't the original, like, pretty okay? I'm going to go listen to You're Welcome again on YouTube. And it was a banger. And now it's in my head again. Well, anyway, let me say you're welcome. Da, da, da. Yeah, it's very good. Very good. Please don't show us the clip. The clip that'll get me copyrighted and, like, DMCA to my channel struck and Disney agents sent to my house to kill me. Nah, I probably won't show that. Just because you asked. I don't think that's true, Cephalopod. I think you might be having a psychotic break. New broadcasting guidelines for women's athletics have been released to crack down on camera angles and slow motion replays that sexualize athletes. Can we just give them, like, normal uniforms? Like, I like looking at athletic women's asses just as much as everybody else, but I feel like it might be, like, a little bit fair to just give them regular uniforms instead of, like, the thong uniforms a little bit. They've been asking for years. The answer is no. Yeah, I'm aware. It's pretty disgusting. I'm pretty sure they're allowed to wear regular uniforms. You might think that, but in a lot of cases, the answer is no. Also, my understanding is that it's not just, like, pressure within the team, it's also external pressure. Imagine being part of, like, a women's volleyball team, and you're the one girl that wears, like, a t-shirt and regular shorts. You know what I mean? I feel like people would hate on you, probably. Just give the guys thongs and camera angles too. That's true. Sepp Blatter at FIFA. Hold on one second. Let me clarify something. You are incorrect. You have until the 1st. All is well. I was telling you when it would be dropped off, not picked up. All is good. Relax. My love. I stream. Stream. Very good. Plug your ears, don't eavesdrop. Yeah, be polite. It's such a pain to get the leotards to stay in place. Obviously I have a dick and balls. I just feel like even if I had a pussy, which is obviously a little bit more of a low profile set of genitals, doing athletics in a leotard, is that shit not, like, cleaving your lips? Like, especially with some of the high octane flippy shit you're doing in the Olympics. Isn't your pussy just getting, like, fucking bisected sometimes. I feel sometimes the fabric of the leotard is like 1 millimeter or less away from the edge of your genitals. And it's like that. I feel like that would make me very self-conscious. You know? They have genital protection for that. I just feel like they should probably get to wear shorts or whatever. In my opinion. If you say women should be wearing shorts like the guys, you'll get people in your replies calling you a sexist. Yeah, it's kind of like how when you say veganism is good, lefties will be like, well, actually, it's anti-indigenous. You know, people will say any old shit to justify their priors. It's why 99% of the time having a normative ethics argument with somebody is a complete waste of time, because they like, literally, people don't even have positions. They just have biases. They can't argue to justify anything. If you ask the average person to justify literally any position they have, they'll look at you like you're crazy. Very disheartening. Another big problem with democracy, I'm told. All right, we'll do the actual stuff now. We know a few of the big ones. So Lindsey Graham died. And for some reason, I think I can take a guess at why, his younger sister has been appointed as the interim governor for Louisiana by South Carolina's governor. Sorry, not Louisiana. Why did I say Louisiana? Trash states, anyway. South Carolina. So, nepotism? I think this goes beyond nepotism. This is literally just like hereditary. This is literally just aristocracy. Lindsey took care of his little sister in years long departed. It is now my honor to ask his little sister, Darlene Graham, to finish his work for him now, the Republican governor said at a press conference. Jesus Christ. And like, again, it goes beyond nepotism here. It's just hereditary power. Darlene Graham. What a fucking name. Get on up there. Make it about you.
Now. And we are on the air because Governor McMaster is holding a press conference. He is set to announce who is going to fill South Carolina's vacant Senate seat. He is also going to reflect on the life and service of Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's take a live look now at the event, and you can see the governor is at the podium. Let's listen in live.
Why not?
In South Carolina, there'll be other celebrations and events.
So I feel I should probably make this clear. She has literally no political experience. She's not a politician in any way, shape, or form. It's literally just because she's crazy. She's like a crazy person. I mean, you would expect that from somebody affiliated with Lindsey Graham. But yeah, no, it's just hereditary. It's just patronage.
Of all kinds. But I and the family thank all of you for coming here today. We meet in sadness over the loss of one of South Carolina's greatest sons. Here we also gather together to celebrate what this self-described poor boy from a small town, rural town in South Carolina accomplished through grit, determination, and character for his state, for his country, and for his world. Lindsey Graham recognized the greatness of America and her obligations to a dangerous world. Lindsey Graham recognized the seriousness of his work, but also the value of humor and a lighthearted spirit. Lindsey Graham understood the hopes, dreams, and needs of his state and delivered for his state every time. President Paul famous or forgot. Of his little city spoke on.
Thank you, Governor, and just bear with me as I try to get through this. But first, I just want to say one thing I've never heard Lindsey described as is irresistible. So, okay, we'll just start with that. But first, I would like to thank everyone who has called and reached out over the past couple of days. I can't tell you how much it's meant to me and our family. I know Lindsey was loved and respected by many, and I greatly appreciate the memories and even the funny stories that have been shared.
Do you think Republicans in South Carolina will throw a fit about the position not being available to them? Nah, I mean, like, they understand the game here, I think. I don't think there's going to be much fuss about it.
He shared experiences along with our faith.
Was he actually gay? He was gay. There's like numerous gay escorts in DC and in South Carolina that for years have talked about having hooked up with him, yeah.
Have gotten us through these past 2 very difficult days. Next, I want to thank the governor for selecting me to serve the remainder of Lindsey's term. It is such an honor. Lindsey has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him. My brother was the most amazing person, outstanding leader, and just a genuinely good man. He was kind and considerate and loved by his family dearly. As I think everyone would agree, Lindsey worked harder than anyone. He worked nonstop to make our state, country, and world better. He loved his family and loved serving this state and our country.
I guess the proclivity for humor doesn't run in the family.
He dedicated his life to our country over the next several months. Just Lindsey would.
He called aid to Ukraine the cheapest killing we could have, genuine demon. Well, you should be, don't tell me he's bad. I know he's bad. Go tell every Democrat who's written a tearful eulogy for him on Twitter over the past 24 hours. They swore in just an hour ago.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take
how old is Grassley
obligation
again?
freely,
92.
without any mental
92.
reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Nice. Weren't the founding fathers like really young? Yeah, because back in those days, there was some kind of like, I don't want to suggest aristocrats were on average competence, but the founding fathers, by and large, were pretty bright people and pretty academically inclined. You know, that was back when there was an association between the aristocracy and some kind of academic performance. Much in the same way that back in the day, in order to be like a successful businessman, you actually had to do business, whereas nowadays you just have to convince investors to give you $6 billion and then default in the company they invested in. There's no longer like any upward pressure. Slave owners, though? Yes, they were slave owners. We're not talking about their ethical value. We're saying there was upward pressure. Not ethically, like in terms of competence. Yippee! Now they just get legacy admissions into Harvard and fuck goats to get into fraternities. They've probably always been doing that a little bit, but yeah, it's pretty much just that these days now, I imagine. God, he was such a freak.
So when we were faced with destruction as a nation after Pearl Harbor, fighting the Germans and the Japanese, we decided to end the war by bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. That was the right decision. Give Israel the bombs they need to end the war they can't afford to lose, and work with them to minimize casualties.
Real question, how is it legal she's able to sign bills on behalf of people that didn't vote for her? Because she's been appointed as an interim senator. That's how it works. At least that's how it works in South Carolina. It's just, you know, usually when you're going to appoint an interim senator, you appoint, you know, a politician and not an unqualified family member of the person who just died.
I say this, why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state. So when we...
Fascinating. Look up widow's succession. Yeah, the last time that happened was like 2021, and the lady who did it ran in a special election. There was no special election this time. It was just an appointment. Also, it's a fucking Senate seat, man. It's one of the most powerful positions there is. She might run again. I mean, who knows? What do you think should happen? A special election? His seat's up for election in November? Yeah. He was running again. They're having a primary to replace him? Yeah. We'll see if his sister keeps. Every election special in the US? Like in a short bus kind of way? Yeah, I get that. I don't know if it will, Kowalski. Vacancies have been filled with the wives of late senators. I do feel there's a difference between doing it with a wife and with a sister. I do feel like there's a meaningful difference there, but also like this is vanishingly uncommon. You know, we don't need to pretend it happens that often. Is she at all qualified? No, not even a little bit. Yeah, see, in the example that you linked right here, which happened, by the way, back in 2021, his wife, the woman who replaced the seat on appointment, here, her husband was elected governor of Missouri. Here, hold on. As her husband entered politics, she became his political partner, taking an active role writing his speeches and helping run all 20 of his campaigns. She was also active in her own right. So this woman was given an interim appointment, but she was deeply politically tied with her husband up until his death, whereas Lindsey Graham's sister has like no, literally it's just because they're related. Upon her swearing in, she became the first woman to represent Missouri in the U.S. Senate. How nice. Also, this is still bad. I mean, it's a hell of a lot better than what's happening right now. Today I learned Graham never married and had no kids. I wonder why. Wonder what possible reason he could have for not having had a wife or kids. I made that joke? Oh, and I'm sure you were the first one to make it too. Sorry, my apologies. I forgot that you'd already gotten a copyright on it. All right. So, speaking of plague, it's getting bad, folks. We now have confirmation that the super hyperbacteria Parasite has made its way to, I believe, 32 states. 32 states, I think. Rapidly spreading. Centered right now, I believe, in Wisconsin, Michigan? I think Michigan. Not great. Do we want audio?
Disease doctor says it's probably for those of us who enjoy fresh produce. A local infectious disease doctor says it's probably best to stay away from it for the next week or so, even if you wash it.
NBC7's Shondell Moniz has details about a foodborne illness outbreak that just reached California.
Outbreaks for this gastrointestinal disease are common right now during the summer. With the CDC reporting its first cases in California, doctors say this is not something to take lightly.
At summertime, it tends to be a nice environment for the organism to flourish, particularly in watershed areas.
We're talking about cyclosporiasis, a fecal parasite illness that's often linked to produce because of how much water it needs. This contamination is what's making people sick.
Patients report cramps, watery diarrhea. You can have nausea, vomiting. You can have fever.
Great weight loss tool, I hear.
And then a profound dehydration ensues. Usually it ends up in an admission to our local hospitals.
The CDC reports thousands of cases across 32 states, including California, as of Friday, making it hard to track. There are
thousands of cases, and it is not stopped by washing your fruit. It's a fecal parasite. It is, my understanding is this is caused by poop-infested wastewater that is redirected into irrigation. This is almost certainly happening because of the rapid deregulation of US's oversight over agriculture. So far, we haven't even had a press conference about this. Like, we are like, this is already an outbreak, and we have no oversight. How bad is it compared to the flu or COVID? It's a fundamentally different kind of, it's a parasite.
more cases than reported, as many people weather the storm themselves and never seek treatment. Researchers also haven't traced this outbreak's source yet.
Products can come from all over the world, and so I don't think it's a safe thing to assume that that's not going to reach us.
A lot of people hearing this think, oh, well, I'll just wash my produce super well. But Dr. Smith says this time that might not be so simple.
Boil it. If you boil it at a higher temperature for a while, then you can be sure that the organism is not going to cause problems. Other than that, all bets are off, even if you wash it with water and soap.
I have it. I'm fairly convinced I got it from my local grocery store's pre-packaged lunch option. It's been my only exposure to leafy greens I've had in a few days, and I swear to God, I have not been more than 10 feet from a bathroom for 48 hours. I hate it so much. I'm very sorry. Make sure to drink lots of water, okay? You're probably on a toilet right now watching this via your phone. Just make sure to drink lots, okay?
You know, if you're somebody that's into going to salad bars on a weekly basis, just give that a rest for a week or two while we figure out where this outbreak is coming from.
Turn on your auto-renew
Especially if you get dehydrated quickly or are immunocompromised. Shondell Moniz, NBC7.
There you have it. The CDC says it is working closely with states to find the source of the illness, but a food safety attorney warned that previous cuts to public health funding could slow the investigation.
It's so cool how complicit our media is. This is being, like, directly caused by CDC cuts. Very, very, very directly. Under any other presidency, by now, we already would have had a task force. We would have had a press conference. We would have had, but so far, we've gotten nothing from the federal government. Just fucking dead silence. In Michigan, they're saying it was the lettuce. Well, it can be like any fresh produce because the feces parasite seems to be coming from irrigation water, and people don't typically cook their lettuce. I mean, you can, but often they don't for salads or whatever. Over 4,000 reported cases, which means in all likelihood, it's actually tens of thousands because most people don't go to the hospital when they have explosive diarrhea. They just, say, ooh, I have food poisoning. The parasite typically spreads when traces of infected human feces make their way to a water source that's used to irrigate or clean produce, which people then eat. Yippee! Yeah, there's a lot of gross stuff in poop. Basil, cilantro, mesclun lettuce, raspberries, and snow peas. So I just can't get produce right now? Well, that's the recommendation. Yeah, just don't get it, you know? I mean, who knows, right? Only eat red meat? Well...
Officials say this outbreak is large and growing, at least in Michigan, where the State Department of Health says more than 300 cases of this parasitic infection have been confirmed, a significant spike from the usual 50 cases there. And the outbreak spreading nationwide, too. The CDC monitoring 145 cases outside Michigan, spanning 17 states. They say at least 20 people have been hospitalized. So how does it spread?
Yeah, let's get a more recent video.
More cases of a gut-wrenching illness that is caused by a parasite that may be found in raw vegetables and fruit. There's a lot of uncertainty around that. That's why I say may. There are new numbers that have just been released, and they show that there are now more than 3,000 cases in Michigan and Ohio, which are the hardest hit states, most of them in Michigan. We have CNN health reporter Jacqueline Howard joining us on this. Jacqueline, this story just really seems to balloon here. Tell us more about the people who have gotten sick and some of the uncertainty around all of this.
That's right, Brianna. We're seeing more and more cases emerge. And what we know about the people who've gotten sick, some of them have been hospitalized. When you look at Michigan alone, where there are now more than 2,600 cases that have been reported, 44 of them have been hospitalized. And when you look across the country, there have been dozens more hospitalizations as well. In total, Brianna, 31 states across the country have reported cases, but not all of those cases that we know so far
rice and beans are
connected.
safe, folks.
These cases are still under investigation, and currently the only cluster of cases that has been described as an outbreak are those cases in Michigan as well as some in Ohio. And the reason why it's really difficult, Brianna, to pinpoint, okay, what's the original source of this outbreak or of these clusters is because once someone becomes infected, it can take anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks for symptoms to emerge. So health officials...
That fucking sucks. 2 days to 2 weeks? That's the range? That's crazy.
Especially those in Michigan, are really scrambling to identify the source of these cases. And the symptoms that cyclospora infections, which is called cyclosporiasis, the symptoms of this illness include watery diarrhea. In some cases, it's described as explosive diarrhea, Brianna, as well as loss of appetite, cramping, bloating, nausea, fatigue. These symptoms can lead to dehydration, and for some patients, it's dehydration that has led to them being hospitalized. So it's really important, Brianna, to be mindful of how you can even become infected. A lot of infections sometimes are tied to infected, or
Can't they just test sewage water at wastewater treatment to track the amount in an area? Test? Who do you think runs the country right now? Test? Test what? Who? What? Work? Doing work? What?
Be contaminated fresh produce or contaminated water, like from water parks, or if you're eating fresh produce.
Can it kill people? Diarrhea can easily kill you if you don't drink enough water. Yeah, for sure.
It's really important to wash your fruits and vegetables because this illness can be miserable. I'm telling you, Brianna, a lot of people want to avoid this altogether.
Okay, so talk to us about washing fruits and vegetables, because the pictures that we're looking at here, I think, is how a lot of people do it. They run their fruit or vegetable underneath a stream of water. Maybe they're trying to make sure they clean the surface of it. I mean, is that enough? Is there a soak? Do they need to use some kind of additive in the water? What can we do?
Yeah, so water is better than nothing, but to really be more effective with cleaning your fruits and vegetables, you can add a little bit of vinegar to create a vinegar rinse. So what you want to do, mix 1 part vinegar with 3 parts water in a large bowl.
People are not going to be doing this shit.
Put your fruits or your vegetables in there, make sure they're covered with this vinegar rinse, and then physically stir your fruits and vegetables around in that water, and even, scrub or rub those fruits and vegetables to really make sure you're like physically cleaning them off. And that can help really make washing your fruits and vegetables more effective with reducing your risk of getting sick in the first place. So try that out, and Brianna, that is more effective than just water alone.
Dr. Redfield, how serious is this illness, and what sort of...
I mean, he's a very serious man, as you can tell from his fucking Amish face and beard, so I assume pretty serious.
What food should we be avoiding right now?
This is what black people do with our food, and we constantly get shit for it online. In fairness, deserved. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a TikTok from a black woman who's like, add a bit of bleach to really clean the raw chicken or whatever. I have no idea how the fuck this tendency spread in the community, but it's pretty crazy.
Well, it can be quite serious, and then it can cause severe dehydration if it's not treated in terms of maintaining your hydration. Luckily, an antibiotic that we know as Bactrim or Septra does have some positive impact, so it is partially treatable. But it can be a quite uncomfortable gastrointestinal pathogen. It's a parasite. It can, really last anywhere from 2 days, 2 weeks, and even longer, into even a month, with severe diarrhea, gastrointestinal disturbances. The foods that we associate it with largely are fresh vegetables and fresh fruits. We have had outbreaks in this country secondary to cilantro, to basil.
Notice how in this CNN segment, and in literally every other segment we've looked at, there has been basically no mention of how this is a direct consequence of the Trump administration gutting environmental and food safety regulations. Totally complicit media, totally bought. This is like a one-to-one. It's like a straight up one-to-one, like, they did something, here's the outcome.
To snow peas, to raspberries, to lettuce. The challenge we have is that there's no real reservoir for this. The reservoir for this pathogen is actually human feces. So it's a subject of human contamination in water and in the foods that we eat. It does get killed by heating to 158 degrees, but it is hard to, it's a sticky little parasite. And so when you wash your...
With the depletion of the Colorado River and groundwater resources, a lot of fruit and vegetable production use gray water to supplement their needs. Yeah, that makes sense. The more fucked our water infrastructure gets, the more people are going to be like, well, we need to get the water from somewhere.
Vegetables, it doesn't necessarily always wash off. So, obviously the safest thing is to eat cooked vegetables, cooked fruit. But it's a quite significant outbreak right now we have in the United States. It's in 31 states. We've had no deaths.
I don't want to know what gray water is. Gray water is wastewater from houses that's not from the toilet, basically. So, like, everything run through the sink or whatever. The problem is that many people, like myself, just shit in the sink. So it's not, like, guaranteed clean water.
We have had, 80 something 86 hospitalizations, I think, the last I checked. But it can make you severe diuretic. It's a bigger problem for immunosuppressed patients with HIV infection. They can have bouts that will last longer, even months.
Wow. So what should you do then if you think you're sick with this parasite?
If you do think you
rice
have
and
it,
beans.
you develop
rice and beans,
diarrhea, abdominal bloating, abdominal discomfort. It's not a bad idea to see your physician, because they can actually treat you with a drug called Bactrim or Septra if you're not allergic to sulfa, and that can alleviate your symptoms much quicker. Unfortunately, there's not.
The rice isn't safe either. You cook rice.
A lot of good alternative bacteria. Some people have, there's one study that I think was done, only one study that suggested maybe ciprofloxacin was effective, but it really wasn't a very good study, and I don't think the data is very clear. So I really think the only antibiotic that I have any confidence that may have any benefit would be Bactrim or Septra.
Last year, Dr. Redfield, the CDC actually scaled back a decades-long federal-state partnership.
Oh, hold on. We do mention it. Okay. Come on.
That monitors foodborne illnesses, including those caused by Cyclospora. The move no longer requires authorities to report it and other pathogens to the Foodborne Diseases Active Surveillance Network.
He's going to be fired tomorrow.
Known as FoodNet. How do those cuts to the agency impact the response to outbreaks like we're seeing right now?
Well, it's harder to identify them. I mean, the key to public health response is pathogen identification. When I was CDC director, I really thought we had a very good program that could really pick up foodborne pathogens pretty quickly in partnership with the FDA. So I don't think it's in our country's interest to cut these programs back. Surveillance is sort of the key to early identification. The problem with the
got to put flock cameras at every, like, you know, irrigation outlet on a farm.
cyclosporin outbreak is, since it may take 2 to 14 days, even longer to a month to get symptomatic, it's really hard to identify source. So right now, even though it's in 31 states, unlike most foodborne outbreaks, well, we don't know the source. We don't know if it's lettuce. We don't know if it's cilantro. We don't know if it's basil. We really don't know the source. And that makes it even more problematic to try to contain the...
like, this could end up potentially getting really, really bad. We don't even have the federal infrastructure necessary to identify where the outbreak is. We don't know, like, what farms it is. We don't know what wastewater practices are leading to it. We don't know anything. We know nothing. Like, we're just in the dark, you know? This is already really bad. Yes. 6,000 or so confirmed cases means at minimum, I'd guess 20 or 30,000 actual cases. Like, probably more than that. Because again, most people, if they get diarrhea, like, most people aren't, like, watching the news going like, oh, I'm a concerned citizen, I will report my diarrhea immediately. You know? A lot of Americans just have permanent diarrhea anyway because their diets are so fucking bad. They wouldn't even notice. They're like, I'm having wet liquid fart shits 4 times a day instead of 2. Then more people be pooping, so it spreads even more. I mean, yeah, depending on, like, the gray water. Then people are shitting in the sink. They're like, oh, my tummy, but the only bathroom is occupied. I'm gonna have to shit directly into the sink. And then the gray water gets fucking washed out to the local farms, and then the cycle continues.
The outbreak.
Can we start with just what makes this different than other foodborne illnesses?
So it makes it different in that we still haven't been able to track where it's coming from. So unlike many infections, this is not transmitted from human to human. The more likely place that we get it is actually from our food source, and it's the fresh fruits and vegetables. The main thing that people like me as a cardiologist are telling people to consume. It's on fresh fruits and vegetables. These are little parasites, what we call little oocytes, the little eggs that then can get into your body and begin to develop and create more and more what we call havoc in the intestines, also known as diarrhea.
And so this is the time of year. I mean,
most households don't have separate black water, gray water drains. I guess that'd be more of like a corporate office thing, yeah, probably, because the infrastructure necessary to keep 2 wastewater pipes. Yeah, maybe like apartment buildings. Would apartment buildings have that? Not really sure. Well, we'd be shitting in the sink everywhere. You know, real shitters know. So
should be eating fresh fruits and vegetables all
the
year
time.
long.
That's correct.
But this is, you know, the summer brunchy time. You have your, you know, fresh fruit salad.
Yeah, we're doing our fun spin. We're doing our fun little spin. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
31 states are now reporting cases of a parasitic intestinal disease that is making life miserable for those who contract it. And while the U.S. has seen outbreaks of cyclosporiasis in the past, the some 4,000 reported cases this summer are much higher than normal and raising real concerns about the illness. William Brangham has more on what you need to know.
Right now, officials can't pinpoint the exact source or sources of this outbreak. It's a food or waterborne disease caused by a parasite, Cyclospora.
I guess we'll see how bad it gets. We still haven't really seen how the screwworm thing plays out. I mean, meat prices are fucking sky high right now, so I guess we're kind of seeing it. I don't know. It's a damn outbreak. There are just so many tiny little things that the federal government does that we don't really appreciate until it's too late. I mean, I appreciated it because I'm built different, but you know. Genuinely hell for those of us who eat greens regularly. Yeah, just like, I don't know, roast your broccoli for a bit. It's fine if you cook it. It kills the poop bacteria or whatever. Parasites, not bacteria. Yeah, just like cook them for a while. Have some like broccoli, cauliflower, asparagus, whatever. I don't know. Cook the poop away. Chat keeps bringing up lab-grown meat. Lab-grown meat is such a, like, no offense, because, like, lab-grown meat could be good, but it's such a, like, internet thing to bring up. Like, that shit represents what? Like, 0.00000000000. Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about the real world right now. We're talking about existing policy, not, like, abstract. He didn't read the full of what I said. In fairness, you do type a lot, nuts. Doesn't cooking poop produce mean I'm sauteing them in poop residue? Nah, because if it gets hot enough, it stops being poop. If you cook poop hot enough, it just turns into what, like carbon dust or something? Probably? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Think bananas are okay because of the outer skin? I have not seen bananas listed as a potential vector. So I guess like the skin might help. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Explosive diarrhea. Fuck, I'm realizing I don't. I always, anyone else like incapable of mentally logging how to spell diarrhea? R-R-H-E-A. I never ever retain that information. Did we pick it up from a different language, or is diarrhea an English special? It's from Greek? It was one of the first words we invented. Okay, gotcha. Coined by Hippocrates in ancient Greek, diarrhea, but like H-O-I-A, meaning a flowing through. Huh. Wouldn't have thought it was Greek, but I guess the spelling's changed. Huh. There's two spellings, US and UK. UK spelling of diarrhea. Oh, they have an O in there. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, whatever. We're both borrowing it from the Greek language, so not really, excuse me, not really like a right or a wrong way to do it. Agree, dysentery is a better word, but dysentery is a different thing. Diarrhea is just like a generic term for pooping like crazy. Dysentery is a specific thing. There we go. Watery stool plague. Hey, how about some real news? You know, in an hour, we're actually doing a PV interview. If you can believe it, if you can follow through with that. Elijah Manley. I believe Elijah Manley was on Hassan's bit like a day ago. I didn't know that. Well, now you do. I've informed you. Good fella there? Yeah, I believe so. Looking to replace Wasserman Schultz in Florida 20, if I remember correctly. Thanks for the information. My pleasure, my pleasure. It'll be big to get rid of her. Oh, yeah. Anyway, okay, clear the field. It's, to me, like, talking about ice shootings, listen, okay, this is where, like, my personality conflicts a little bit with my job, because, and I feel the same way about covering Israel, where, like, the morality of the situation is so clear, and my position on it is so clear, that covering it feels to me like you watch it and it's like, wow, that's really bad. I know. Yeah, ICE gunned down 2 more innocent people, one yesterday. There's videos of it. Yeah, it feels like there's very little to say. There's more than ever to talk about and so little to say about it. You know what I mean? Really, really, really bad. Though apparently this has led to enough of a backlash. The Trump admin has ordered ICE to suspend most vehicle stops. Huh. That's interesting. That's actually a pretty big... They clearly don't want a repeat of what happened in Michigan. Remember that what happened in the Twin Cities ended up like demolishing the Trump administration's credibility and popularity with pretty large demographics of the population. Minnesota.
Protests have erupted in Maine after an immigration and customs enforcement agent shot and killed a motorist on Monday. It's the second time in a week that ICE has used deadly force, and at least the 9th death tied to the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. The Department of Homeland Security said agents were surveilling an address for a person with a final order of removal from the country. When ICE tried to stop a vehicle coming from that address, DHS said in a post on X, quote, "The vehicle attempted to flee the scene, and fearing for public safety, an officer discharged his weapon." Video from a...
Same as always. The Trump... My understanding is that the Trump admin isn't even, like, really trying to defend themselves on this one. After like Renee Good and Alex Preddy, they were like, "Oh, they attacked us. We had to defend ourselves." Blah blah. Blah. But it seems like they're dialing it back in this case, which makes sense because what's his face? Greg Bovino and what's that stupid bitch? The fucking cowboy lady, the one with the fake face. Christy Noem are both out. So I'm assuming that the fact that they were both removed is evidence that the previous method of handling ICE murders was not favorable to the administration. In this case, the person they killed wasn't even the person they were looking for. So same situation as always, right? You're a regular guy in a car. You've just like said goodbye to your 3-year-old daughter or whatever. And then a bunch of jacked up thugs with guns out show up and start surrounding your vehicle. You know, they barely identify themselves. They're all dysgenic. So you floor it, or like at least try to move the car a little bit. And then they, who are not in any way threatened by your movement, fucking shoot you and kill you, you know? Classic shit. Fat fucking chud fail sons getting their kick killing people.
Security camera shows a white vehicle approaching an intersection at a modest speed before making several slow circles. A law enforcement SUV then blocks its path, and 2 officers open the driver's door, dragging out a limp body. Immigrant rights groups...
Oh yeah, they fucking handcuffed him after shooting him in the head.
...identified the man who was killed as a 26-year-old native of Colombia.
I watched a wife fall to her knees looking at her husband's dead body on the ground. I watched a little girl crying with a little pink backpack on because she's never going to see her father again. And I heard the anguish of a mother that just lost everything in her life.
The officers involved didn't have body cameras, leaving many questions surrounding the circumstances of the shooting.
Fascinating.
It's not yet clear how close the officer was to the vehicle when the officer opened fire, whether officers told the driver to stop, or how the public may have been in danger. The community is left demanding transparency as federal immigration tactics face intense scrutiny.
Thank you. Very neutral language, as always. This happened in Maine. Not to get too cynical with it, but obviously this looks pretty bad for Collins. There were a bunch of protesters outside of her office. Is Maine a blue state? Not really. No, it's a purple state. Collins definitely going to lose. Hold on, buddy. We don't even have Troy Jackson in as our pitch replacement for Plattner. Let's, one step at a time. No, it's really fucking grim.
Protesters in Maine are demanding answers after local officials say an immigration agent shot and killed a man in his car. It happened Monday in the city of Biddeford, which is in the southwest part of the state, south of Portland. An immigrant rights group identified the man as a 26-year-old Colombian who was authorized to work in the U.S. and had a social security number. Protests broke out hours after the shooting. It is the second deadly ICE-related shooting in less than a week. On Tuesday, agents shot and killed a Mexican man in Houston. CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga joins us. What more do we know, Nicole?
Hello, Homeland Security
Lindsey. Let's talk about what we know and what we don't know. The incident happened this morning at around 7 a.m. local in Biddeford, Maine, which is just south of Portland. A 26-year-old Colombian man, as you mentioned, was shot multiple times. Neighbors described him as a good man, as a delivery driver. There is no body cam footage, according to law enforcement sources who tell us that they will be relying on other videos, perhaps put forth by neighbors. It's unclear if there was any dash.
I wonder if there's a reason why we have cops wear a body camera, body cameras. We'll have to source our videos from elsewhere. They wish they happened in some empty parking lot with no coverage.
Cam video there on the vehicles, but again,
they could just lie about it.
Several shots heard by witnesses. The Maine Attorney General has stated that the subject tried to flee in the direction of law enforcement officers when shots rang out. It's unclear at this point in time whether the individual was the subject of an ongoing law enforcement operation or if perhaps he was mistook for another target. Take a listen to what Senator...
I still can't reconcile ICE's behavior with the fact that there are so many immigrant or Hispanic officers. You should. A person's the position we're meant to hold, I might remind you, is that a person's race has basically no bearing whatsoever on their personality, behavior, tendencies, or whatever else. That's our position, is that it doesn't matter.
Angus King, independent from Maine, had to say.
That's fine, CBS. Barry Weiss falling asleep at the control room, forgetting to press the button that switches over the feed.
Been given an order to leave the country. He was in a vehicle, pulled out in the vehicle, and the term the secretary used was weaponized the vehicle. He was shot by an ICE agent. The FBI will be leading the investigation because it was a federal operation. But my belief is that our state and local officials should also be kept informed and engaged in the investigation.
And as you heard there, the FBI is the lead on this, but the Maine Office of the Attorney General has said they will launch an independent investigation and look for information to be shared from the federal government. Questions remaining.
How lovely. Yeah, this one's looking pretty bad.
We are getting new details this morning about the young man shot and killed by ICE in Maine. He has been identified.
Really is young man. Jesus, he's a fucking kid.
Identified as 26-year-old Joan Sebastian Guerrero. According to a neighbor, he was a young father who worked hard to provide for his family. Now, the events surrounding the shooting, they are unclear this morning. Very unclear. A doorbell camera captured.
It's really not that unclear. I do think the Trump administration's response to this is heartening somewhat. I mean that in a very cynical way. After Renee Good and Alex Preddy, the approach from the administration was basically just to gloat about it. Like they were essentially just like laughing at their deaths. And that ended up backfiring massively, and they replaced the people involved, at least the people most directly involved, Kristi Noem and Bovino. And since then, they've been quieter on the ICE front. So it seems like the administration understands this is a losing point for them.
Part of the gunfire.
We have, how old is this video? 7 hours ago. We have closer footage than this. If we're going to be working off video footage this old, I don't know what valuable information we're getting off this. Yeah, they mag dump like always.
Is that a car?
So after the shots were fired, presumably, video showed Guerrero's car going around in circles as officers tried to stop it. Another video showed officers pulling his body out of the car. The Department of Homeland Security released a statement saying the officer opened fire, quote, fearing for public safety. Maine Senator Angus King spoke to CNN.
There's a lot of law, John, on police officers shooting at vehicles. And the bottom line is you have to either fear for your own safety or the safety of...
It's also a losing point for Dems that voted to open the government and fund ICE like Haley Stevens. Yes, that is true. That's 100% true. Yeah, absolutely. Or those, the Democrats in the House who voted on that, like, resolution to thank ICE for protecting the country or whatever.
Others. And so far, we haven't seen evidence of that.
All right, let's get right to CNN's Maria Santana, who is in Biddeford, Maine this morning with the very latest new details emerging. But still, Maria, so many questions.
Yeah, that's right, John. And what we do know is that another family...
Like Stevens. Here, hold on. Let's get to the more recent news. ICE pausing traffic stops is actually pretty interesting.
Now is on the 2 fatal shootings by federal immigration officers over the past week. Both incidents involved vehicle stops, and now a source tells CNN's Priscilla Alvarez that ICE will suspend most vehicle stops until further notice. It's a pretty big reversal of their tactics. Let's get straight to Priscilla for more on her reporting. Priscilla.
Well, Dana, this is certainly a significant development in the way that ICE agents carry themselves in their immigration arrests moving forward. Again, for now.
Dems never bent on funding ICE. No, but in a way, praising ICE feels actually worse to me. Like, ICE got their funding anyway, but for a Democrat to just willfully thank ICE and praise their behavior, just absolutely insane. It's like willful subservience to capital, even beyond whatever utility they might derive from continued funding to federal police.
Now, according to a source who I spoke with, there was guidance that was sent out to ICE agents today. This was specific to the Enforcement and Removal Operations Branch. Those are the agents that are charged with the arrest and deportation of undocumented immigrants, essentially telling them to suspend
or just murdering people.
And the initiation of vehicle stops for now. Now, there is an exception for cases where they are executing a criminal warrant, but even in those cases, the guidance says that they are to coordinate with their partners. Now, again, we have been seeing an uptick in vehicle stops in recent months because
what the fuck is this background audio, dog? It's CNN.
To ramp up the number of immigration arrests. And so they have been frequently leaning on these vehicle stops to do so. And of course, what happened last week and what happened this week, last week in Texas, this week in Maine, was that ended with the fatal shooting of 2 individuals, neither of whom was the target of those immigration enforcement operations. So again, we are now learning that there is a change in tactics here moving forward until further notice. Now, a spokesperson for Immigration and Customs Enforcement said the following, quote, "We are always evaluating our procedures to keep our officers safe and criminals off our streets. We will not disclose or discuss law enforcement tactics." Now, I will note that we are learning about more people who are planning to investigate what happened in Maine just yesterday with the death of the 26-year-old Colombian man. The Department of Homeland Security Inspector General plans to investigate, the FBI as well, and now also the Maine Attorney General.
It's a little bit darkly funny that the 2 murders that ICE felt they had the license to gloat over the most were white Americans, and now they've expended their political capital on the issue. So when they murder a Colombian immigrant, now they have to be more deferential, you know? I'm sure they would have preferred it if it had gone the other way, if they had been able to gloat over the murder of immigrants, and then when they got to just shooting like white citizens, they had more like license to be ghoulish.
So many questions here over what unfolded in the moments of that shooting. Surveillance footage up until now has shown some of what led up to it, but still a lot of questions, Dana, that will not be answered by body-worn cameras. The Department of Homeland Security telling me that the agents involved in the Maine shooting, as those involved in Texas, did not have those on their person.
Can I just ask you a question on that before I let you go? Is my memory correct that after Alex Preddy was killed, that then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that the practice would be to have agents wearing body cameras?
That's exactly right. She had pledged at the time that they would distribute them nationally. That process has been ongoing, but it has been slow. And so there are multiple regions across the country who do not have, the agents do not have those body-worn cameras. In addition to that, Dana, I will add that the fiscal year 2026 money that was sent by Congress to ICE included $20 million for body-worn cameras. So now they have the resources. The department says the shutdown slowed them down, but officials also tell me this has just been a slow process in getting them out.
Yeah, the shutdown happened, but ICE and law enforcement who deal with Border Patrol and internal surveillance, they have a ton of money, and they had a ton of money, which we'll talk about. According to 10:40 a.m.
2024, he's less popular than he was now. The entire Democratic plan there, which was complicated for several months by Plattner, is just to make it a referendum on continuing the Trump administration. I think it's notable also Collins has an ad up today noting that she voted against the One Big Beautiful Bill, which included plussed up ICE funding. I don't think that terribly complicates what Democrats are going to try to do there, but this freezes and refocuses that discussion. This is more than politics going on here. I do wonder, outside of Maine and Democratic...
Collins has voted for ICE funding with no reform. Again, in my opinion, pretty bullish that Republican operatives have to lie and pretend that she hasn't. Like, huge signal of defeat and weakness in Maine that their best hope for Collins' victory in Maine, in a purple state, is to run from her record of supporting Trump. It's not making their case any better. This does fuck over Collins quite a bit, for sure. Which, you know, good. This is literally what she voted for. She voted for murder. Domestically and abroad. And I brought this up, too, because I thought maybe some people have short memories. I know I do. Because, like, I feel like I need to be reminded of stuff like this so that I don't feel I'm going crazy. But yes, 75 House Democrats did, in fact, vote for a resolution to, quote, express appreciation for ICE. That is a real thing that happened, yes. Express gratitude. Love our left-wing party? Yeah, you can find some familiar names in the list of Democrats who did this as well. I'm not going to read all these names out loud. That would be like a huge waste of time. But, you know. Villains? Yes. Hello, Haley Stevens. A lot of the people who supported it are getting bodied in primaries. You know, in less than an hour, we're talking to Elijah Manley, who's running to replace Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Did you know that? If you didn't know that, now you do. Fucking Richie Torres. Yep. Eric Swalwell, Thomas Suozzi. No surprises there. Haley Stevens. Brad Schneider. I said I wasn't going to read everyone's name out loud. Now I'm just reading the names of people who I've mentioned in other contexts, yeah. So all Zionists. I genuinely, I would not be surprised if every single one of the 75 people on this list were, like, Zionists, yeah. Like, literally without exception. The reason why they voted for this is because it was right after what was it? It was like the Colorado firebombing thing. So it was part of an anti-Semitism resolution. Everyone signed this paper to say, quote, you know, I'm not anti-Semitic, comma, also I love ICE. That kind of deal. Is Collins on this list? This is House Democrats, not Republican senators. Ugh. Regarding animal agriculture, you're correct about the waste of resources on meat. We can't get into this again. It is grim, though. Yeah. The more I read about Democrats, the more depressed I get. That's by design. I'm sure 01s. You hear UAW announced a cease and desist against Haley Stevens this week for featuring their logo in her ads? What happened? Ah, yes. I didn't realize they'd done this with the UAW as well. Haley Stevens has gotten millions and millions of dollars in AIPAC money, among other sources of funding, and has been running some really, really, really deceptive ad campaigns, including one which implies that Obama has endorsed her run, which is not true. I saw a couple of really, really grim, like, street interviews where black people in Michigan were saying, like, yeah, well, she's who Obama wants. Is this the misleading ad? $50 million given to Haley Stevens.
Haley Stevens, Chief of Staff for President Obama's Auto Rescue, saving over 200,000 Michigan jobs.
Haley Stevens, she was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come.
They're so fucking cynical, dog. They're so cynical.
Haley Stevens, a proven...
So fucking evil. She has, like, no ground game. It's all just money. It's just money and 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 money. It's so much money. 50 million now. 50 million. $50 million. It's crazy. She's so funny. Is this... Oh, yeah. She missed her calling as a voice actress.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf.
I swear to God, she did not sound like this. She did not sound like this 5 years ago. I don't know if it's like a head injury or something. I have no idea. I don't know what... I don't know why she sounds like this. Nobody in Michigan sounds like... I know nobody in Michigan sounds like this. Nobody on earth sounds like this.
So apparently, this is a confidential document. It's covered by an NDA. The only problem is I never actually signed an NDA. So
the format with which this information is being presented strains credibility a little bit.
Shh. Let's not tell anyone. Let's go through it together. It's an influencer brief from the Haley Stevens Senate campaign in Michigan. Right at the top, it says that the rate for this video is $1,500. So apparently, that's the going rate for a do-nothing candidate. Okay, so let's quickly get to the goal. So our job is to educate and show Michigan Democrats that Haley Stevens is leading the way to fight against Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay, so let's see what we got. So the first instruction says, share a proof point where Stevens has stepped up to fight MAGA. So sure, so just like Trump, Haley Stevens says that we can't afford universal health care, affordable housing, student debt relief. But when Congress had a chance to put limits on how long the president could keep U.S. involvement in Israel's war.
He sounds worse than Stevens. Yeah, I don't think I can listen to him for any longer. The point being, she's dumping an ungodly fucking amount of money on this race, paying influencers to endorse her, or sorry, not technically endorse her, but you know, talk about how she's leading the fight against MAGA. I still can't believe this is real. The like thank you rolls she did to AIPAC for buying her elections. She has no ground game. She does not campaign. That's the reason why she's bad at it. Her elections just get bought for her.
Hi, everyone. It's Congresswoman Haley Stevens, proudly representing Michigan's 11th district. On my primary election night, I wanted to thank AIPAC and the pro-Israel community. Our values spoke very loudly this evening. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Okay, I don't think Haley Stevens added the fucking music. I don't think that was part of the original. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think the original thank you AIPAC for buying me the election video had the horror music. It was sinister without the music. I get really mad when I see shit like this because it reminds me of when I'm looking at like Indian news or whatever, where the they think so little of the attention span of their viewers that they have to pump everything. Like, you really need music over a fucking 20-second clip, 27-second clip? Really? Really? Volunteer events for the Haley Stevens campaign. That's crazy, man. Look at all that. Nothing. Nothing. Dead empty. Is she an industry plant or something? If the industry is infinite war, yes. No, she's very transparently like an uncharismatic candidate who has always been extremely deferential to AIPAC. She might be like the most AIPAC candidate, like proportionally. Like the ratio of AIPAC support versus how much people actually like her. She might actually be the most AIPAC candidate. Yeah, very, very openly corrupt. Really, really grim. But she has a lot of money to buy TV ads with. Like, so much money. She's been given so much money. Yeah. DW and Donna Mills of Troy said Stevens' ad with President Obama is the reason they're voting for her. They put a lot of money behind Haley. We don't know a whole lot about him. When I asked about AIPAC, the Mills said they aren't anti-Israel, but what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. What does that imply? They're not they acknowledge that it's a genocide, but they're not against it? That's a fascinating median voter position to hold. I mean, sure, why not, man? Is Vosh an industry plant? I'm only here because of Hamas money. That's straight up like 90% of my views coming straight out of the West Bank, where Hamas famously rules. Saying that might get you arrested in the United Kingdom. Sorry. Fucking had her on Morning Joe.
How do you get costs down? Your first day in Congress, how do you start fighting to get costs down so a 26, 27-year-old worker is able to actually support themselves before even thinking about being able to support their family?
Yeah, and we've got 60% of Americans now living paycheck to paycheck. And how we tackle this on day one is through my bills. One called No Tariffs on Groceries. Two, standing up to utility companies who are getting federal funds and still raising rates, which is wholly unacceptable. Also dealing with something that is hitting us hard in Michigan, which is prolonged power outages. And then we also need to lessen Michigan's dependence on China in our manufacturing sector. We have got to create more jobs and lower costs. We did that with chips, something I was deeply involved with in a bipartisan way, a win for Michigan's manufacturing sector. We can do that through critical minerals, loan guarantees, tax credits, grow our supply chain, lower costs.
Your ears distracted me. Yeah, why the fuck is it hanging out like that? It looks like it's going to fall off.
Works. That is proven industrial policy, not what we're getting from Trump.
She grates so much. Hey, listen, I'll tell you this much. There's a reason why that ad that implies that Obama's endorsed her doesn't actually include her. Like, she's not talking in it. Obama's talking in it, you know? Michigan Senate polling. It's pretty neck and neck. Yeah, El Sayed up +3, Stevens up +1. It's so fucked that, like, this is even a question. She's so unelectable. And she's going to lose the general, too. If she wins the primary, she'll probably lose the general. There's just not a lot of enthusiasm here. And, like, keep in mind, she's an AIPAC candidate. AIPAC doesn't give a fuck whether or not she wins the general. They just want Abdul El Sayed to not win. Like, AIPAC wins either way. AIPAC's totally fine with Rogers winning. Literally, like, the majority of her support is coming from an organization that has absolutely no incentive to see her victory through to the general. You should do some research, 01s. You personally feel like Israel's in the wrong, but I've never actually researched the issue. So wait, so wait, hold on. I'm entertaining the bait, like the hypothetical bait. So you're like deeply interested in the format of an online debate on a topic on which you already have strong opinions but have done no research? You know how insane that is to say, right? Like, you know, your motivation isn't coming from an understanding of the subject or an interest in understanding it then. This is literally like, why not just watch pro wrestling? That's crazy. Like, you're doing the bit. 12 are baiting. 12 and baiting. And Yahoo's received 0 AIPAC money. That's fucking true. Oh, man. I hate Stevens so fucking much. I really don't see how Haley could win. I know social media is biased, but I've seen 0 support for her. Well, yeah, but like the support you see is like people posting on Twitter and people who post on Twitter like Abdul Al-Sayed. But the average voter is a dullard. The average voter is barely human. They just like see an ad on TV and they're like, I guess I could take a break from beating my wife and fucking my kid to go out there and vote. And then they vote for like the Obama girl. Whose voice they've never heard, whose positions they couldn't repeat, and then they go back to forming the indent on the couch. You don't hate voters enough. Why are Dem voters like this more, it feels, than Republican ones? They're not. Not even a little bit. Republican voters are so much worse. The difference is that we don't earnestly watch Republican races to like watching them choose between a good and a bad option. Keep in mind, like, they did just have a race in Kentucky. Thomas Massie got replaced. Thomas Massie, the guy known for being anti-pedophile, that's like his main fucking ticket. They replaced him. Republican voters are far worse. They just don't have any good choices to contrast against. Oh my god, my skin barrier is destroyed, man. It's so fucking over. It's so over. My skin feels so tight right now. I didn't even do anything, man. I just put the damn cleanser on. My barrier. My barrier. There's exactly 1 micron of like moisture on my face in between the air and my blood vessels. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Fucked up. Why did I even have to do, and why did I even do skincare? My face is literally beautiful. My skin is literally beautiful. I have no acne. I don't have dark eye circles. Why did I do anything? My pores are a normal size. I moisturize multiple times a day. Why did I do anything? I don't go outside, so I don't even need to wear sunscreen. Why did I do anything? That's what I get for listening to YouTube shorts. I will say though, I had stretch marks on my hips because when I hit puberty, my dick got really big and it pulled skin like from the crotch, like it pulled skin from everywhere, like into the shaft. So I got stretch marks on my hips, and some retinol on my stretch marks made them go away real quick. Like, that was shockingly effective. I had, like, very visible stretch marks on my hips for years and years, and, like, 2 weeks of putting on retinol, and now they're basically invisible. I could not believe how quickly that happened. It was like magic. Wait, what? Seriously? Wait, for which part? Wait. Mech Genderlin, for which part? Which part are you asking me to reiterate the seriousness of, out of curiosity? Because I'll answer you, but I need clarification. That your stretch marks disappeared? Oh, no, yeah. No, for real. Yeah, they went away like super quick. Yeah. I have stretch marks from where I was fat. Will it fix that? Yeah, it fixes. Yeah, retinol encourages collagen production. So that's what it does. Stretch marks happen because the organ of your skin has to grow faster than it can fully produce the collagen necessary to build like a full skin wall. So putting on retinol like chemically irritates it and makes it produce more collagen. I think that's how it works, at least. I have those same stretch marks. Why would you want to get rid of them? I don't know. I mean, I don't mind having stretch marks in my armpits. It's all good. No big. Wait, Haley Stevens was asked about the I Dream of Israel quote. Okay, hold on. I do have to see this. Editors, just include all this in the Haley Stevens bit.
Let's talk a little bit about your opponent, Abdul El-Sayed, who has criticized you on Israel in particular. And, of course, with the war in Iran back at the top of our show, back at the top of the headlines today. I want to play something that he has used to create a website attacking you. If you go to the website.
What medicine you used? Retinol. R-E-T-I-N. Wait, retinol. Yeah, N-O-L. Retinol. So there's like a bunch of different brands for it. Just get like a mild retinol.
It just plays this on a loop. I'm going to show it to our viewers. We'll talk about it on the other side. Watch.
In the United States Congress,
what is?
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence.
Crazy thing, she actually did that. This is an unedited camera feed of what she did. She just split. This is the biblically accurate Haley Stevens. Proclaiming like fealty to the Holy Land.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future.
How would you characterize the remarks you were making then, and what impact does this have now?
Sure. Look, I was standing with the Jewish community and a group of hostages who were in pain. People who had just gotten released from the Hamas tunnels.
I'm really sorry, babe. There's no getting away from Israel comes to me in my dreams. There's not. There's truly not. There's just nothing that justifies that. There are a lot of pro-Israel statements that you could potentially make immediately after October 7th that I think you could explain to some extent, but this is psychotic no matter what.
It was a very emotional moment, and I have been certainly very dedicated to standing by all Michiganders who have experienced pain as a result of a war that was started multiple years ago, and frankly, a war.
In a since-deleted prior post, Stevens has taken the position that U.S. support for Israel should, quote, go unquestioned. She doesn't just support Israel, like she doesn't even want it to be possible to not, like it's all like anti-democracy stuff. Zionism is just the erosive force on democracy. But like they don't even want a discussion on this, which is obvious because anytime like any criticism of Israel's made, you're called an anti-Semite by all of the most paid off people in the Democratic Party.
Yet Benjamin Netanyahu has mismanaged, and he has failed to bring peace. He has made Jews less safe here.
Also, remember that the anti-Netanyahu line has been specifically approved by AIPAC. I'm not joking. AIPAC may have taken a bunch of hits to their credibility in the eyes of Democratic voters, but they still support a lot of Democratic candidates. And there was a notable shift I feel like late 2024, where it became really, really, really clear they were not going to be able to fully salvage the optics on this one, and they essentially gave permission to a bunch of their toadies. You can drop Netanyahu. Like, you can be anti-Netanyahu. That's the leeway we'll allow you to give. You can never be anti-Israel or anti-Zionist, but you are allowed to be anti-Netanyahu. And basically, overnight, a bunch of them changed their rhetoric. Like, just like that. That's where that rhetoric comes from.
In America and around the world. And Mr. Netanyahu was just on CNN the other day criticizing me. I'm not afraid of Bibi. I'm not afraid of Putin. I've had to stand up to him when he stole my constituent Paul Whelan and wrongly detained him for 5.5 years. I was writing resolutions condemning the Russian Federation.
Notice how she doesn't answer the question. I am noticing.
Before the war in Ukraine broke out. These leaders, these bullies who abuse power, who are corrupt, they will not.
Notice, abuse power? That's a specific claim about Netanyahu's government, not about their actions towards the Palestinians. Likewise with corrupt. Her accusations against the Netanyahu government is that it's failed the Israeli people, not the Palestinians. Like, if you're, like, I don't give a fuck if Netanyahu's corrupt. That is so far away from, like, the top of the list on my problems with the guy. Like, he is, for sure, and it's a problem, but it's not anywhere near, you know, like Hitler was corrupt. It's just not up there on the list of criticisms, you know? He's done some other shit too, but there's a reason why that's what she centers on. Her claim is that Netanyahu has failed the people of Israel in their divine righteous claim to the entirety of the Middle East.
Get a pass from me. I am a courageous and bold leader, and you bet your pants I will be in the United States Senate.
Pants.
Congresswoman, I had Mr. El Sayed on this program a few days ago, and I asked him several times if Israel has a right to exist. He would not say that straight out. What is your answer to the question?
Yeah, he was pretty clear. He was pretty clear, I feel.
Does Israel have a right to exist?
Well, absolutely. And this is a stark policy difference between my opponent, Abdul, and myself. My goal and the work that I stand by is long-term peace and a two-state solution where people in Palestine, in Gaza, can live peacefully side by side with the people of Israel. It is deeply concerning that Abdul equivocates when talking about Israel's right to exist. That does not bring us closer to peace. That does not help this tenuous situation. I stand by a two-state solution, and my...
Literally no one ever even believes in a two-state... No. The idea that any two-state solution could exist and that the barbarians in Israel wouldn't immediately raise a second state to the ground, like, they've already invaded and taken territory in Lebanon and Syria and the West Bank and Gaza, all illegally. Like, why would you? Oh, what we need to create is another state for them to butcher. Yeah, no. I don't think so. No one actually believes this. It fails in any follow-up. The whatever genuine advocacy there was for a two-state solution died with October 7th. The idea that there's like the Israeli government in its current form could ever tolerate the existence of the Palestinian people as a separate legal entity? No, definitely not.
Long work to bring us to that goal.
Does she have any views on Michigan? I guess she's like anti-China or something. Like she wants to bring manufacturing back because she's appealing to the same post-Rust Belt Midwestern talking points that have been failing for like literally half a century at this point. Never gonna happen. They're calling her the most corrupt politician ever, maybe? I don't know. She's probably up there. Very good, very good. Well, we're having an interview in 20 minutes, and I don't think 20 minutes is enough to reliably get through another segment, so I guess in the meantime, we're all stuck with each other. How you doing? Glad Vosh turned her off. Her voice is annoying AF. Huh. Good thing mine isn't. Good thing mine isn't. That's true. That's true. Oh, yeah, that's true. How close are we to oil shock? I don't know. I don't know. There's so many factors. No one on Earth knows exactly. All I know is the trends. The trends are what I know. I saw this home inspo post. Normally, I think these home inspo posts are slop. I really like this one. A lot of them feel like they're all cribbing off the exact same design pointers from like trust fund kids in the West Village or whatever. This one I really, really, really like. No one's bold enough to just have black furniture anymore. You know? It's AI. What is it? Why would it be AI? Is it? How is it AI? I guess I could look up really close. Look at the table. What is any of that? I don't... Stuff? I don't know. Maybe it is. Whatever. I don't know. You get the point. Fuck off. Whatever. Whatever. Also, Vosh, that looks bad either way. You join chat today. I don't want to hear it. The point is you like it? The point is I like it. Thank you. Dude, my face fucking stings. Oh my god. Even after the moisturizer. The moisturizer disappeared into my face in like 2 seconds. Sunburn? No, I destroyed my skin's barrier. You look fine? I'm not talking about how I look. I'm begging you, read the Reddit post about this. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're referring to. You've annoyed me. Here, let me just pee real quick. Don't want to have to need to pee while we're doing an interview. All right. Politics. Maybe. Okay. You look like an idiot. First layer your moisturizer, then lay on a bit of Vaseline. Somebody said I should get like aloe vera or something. I don't know. It's fine. Whatever. I mean this one. You shouldn't use vitamin C serum with retinol. It's known to cause irritation when used together in the same application. I did split it into day and night. I used retinol in the night, and I used vitamin C in the morning afterwards. That's what I did. Skip straight to RX tretinoin? Tretinoin? Prescription strength retinoid derived from vitamin A? If my skin is upset with me for a mild retinol, I really don't think that I should do a fucking... Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Do you wash your face in between? In between night and morning? Yeah, it's shower. Just use salicylic acid. I don't have acne. Okay, stop. 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 First time Senate Dems blocked the Pentagon funding bill. Which Pentagon funding bill? Is this the $350 billion one or the $87 billion one? $90 trillion to build one Tomahawk. Oh, I see. Oh. IRL fan's a fan of you who's also an esthetician, wants to know if you want actual advice. They're cringing watching every stream. Every time you talk about skincare, chat talks about skincare. Everyone's always like this, man. Everyone's always like this. Everyone's like, oh, you don't have the niche micro knowledge on the subject. Why don't you just die? Well, maybe I will. Maybe the next time I put a skincare product on, it'll have a reaction with the remaining vitamin C serum and the retinol, and my face will explode. And then who will be laughing? Presumably all of you, because the internet's ghoulish. Maybe he is just a fat chud after all. Maybe. You love the banter, admit it? I'll never admit it. You'll never get me to admit that I enjoy talking to chat. What are you up to, Mom Donnie? What are you up to?
Whoa. Canceling your gym membership shouldn't be this hard.
I know. And that's why we're announcing a new rule that bans subscription traps. So it's not like this anymore. This click to cancel rule requires businesses to make it as easy as it is to cancel as it is to sign up.
These rules represent one of the strongest consumer protection efforts in the country because New Yorkers deserve to know the real price of what they're buying.
And to stop paying for the services they don't want.
Oh wait, I figured it out.
Yeah, can you show me how to do this? Please, Jack Khan! Help me! Oh, there we go.
I love Lena Khan so much. Is that Lena Khan? Yes, she works with Mamdani. I saw a members-only video from Unlearning Economics the other day. It was like 8 months old. It's not like a new video, where he posited an explanation, an explainer for the reason why everything is getting shitified, but not more expensive, at least in the context of Amazon. And he talked about, among other things, a report from Lena Khan a decade ago, where she wrote about how the current definition or the current standards by which the United States polices monopolies, our current monopoly regulations, basically only look at price as a way of determining the harmful impacts of monopolies. Amazon is a monopoly, of course, basically, like they're an overwhelming monopoly in a bunch of fields, basically. But because Amazon keeps their prices low, they're technically complying with our current anti-monopoly laws. Like the idea being that because it used to be when we were trying to determine whether or not a business was a monopoly, we looked at a bunch of stuff holistically, like their impact on the business environment, the regulatory environment, the way they treat their employees, a bunch of stuff. But now we basically just look at prices. If a monopoly is using their monopoly status to raise prices, that's what the FTC goes after. Right, FTC, right? They're the ones who... Yes, okay, just making sure I wasn't mixing them up with anyone else. Yeah, it's basically focused on price fixing. But there's a bunch of other standards by which like monopolies, and Amazon in particular, have a deleterious effect on the economy. Like the way they mistreat their vendors, their clients, their employees. Anyway, it's an explanation for why Amazon is still so cheap. Oh, it was an essay she wrote while in college? It wasn't a report? Man, Lena Khan's one smart cookie, huh? A published essay from when she was in university at Yale. Amazon is the titan of 21st century commerce. In addition to being a retailer, it's now a marketing platform, delivery and logistics network, payment service, credit lender, auction house, major book publisher, producer of television and films, fashion designer, hardware manufacturer, yada, yada, yada. Although Amazon has clocked staggering growth, it generates meager profits, choosing to price below cost and expand widely instead. This, too, is because of financialization. If the best way for the higher-ups in your company, for your shareholders to make money is through valuation, you don't actually need to operate at a massive profit. Through the strategy, the company's positioned itself at the center of e-commerce and now serves as essential infrastructure for a host of other businesses that depend on it. Elements of the firm's structure and conduct pose anti-competitive concerns, yet it has escaped antitrust scrutiny. Good essay, I assume. I haven't read it. I only watched him talk about it. Okay, this is a very long... Is she like the one person who went to Yale not because of family ties or because she was willing to fuck goats? Like everyone else? Holy shit. Fuck, I might have to read this. Bro, there's a lot of people like this. Yeah, it's just they tend not to be the ones that make it up into government. Or, well, it varies. I think that academic excellence is basically dead now. I think that, like, the problem is that for a long time, American political leadership, not just American, but like post-Enlightenment democratic leadership mostly came from lawyers. And the reason for that is because lawyers were broadly educated, not just in the legal system, but in humanities. But nowadays, our politicians, you might have noticed, are stupid as pig shit. That's not just because they're not lawyers anymore. A lot of them are. It's just that, like, I think that we've largely abandoned a pursuit of academic excellence in favor of political patronage. You know, like Haley Stevens being a good example, I suppose. We just don't incentivize our leaders to be excellent anymore. You know, for all of their faults, the founding fathers were by and large, like, pretty well-read, bright people. They were aristocrats. It was kind of their job to be. There was a social expectation that they be excellent. If they weren't excellent, like, everyone would make fun of them at their, like, slave parties or whatever. They'd all get together and, like, ride slaves around like horses, and one of them wouldn't know what ameliorate meant, and then everyone else would go, oh! They'd do the Ojo-sama laugh and, like, throw, you know, fucking mint juleps or whatever they're called at them. I could do a good Ojo-sama laugh. Please don't egg post about me. I could do that. That's like a good archetype, I think. Queen Deltarune asks, holy shit, you're young! If you hear an Ojo-sama laugh and that's what comes to your head and not like fucking Revolutionary Girl Utena or Gundam or something, like, it's, if that's the first, you know what, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay to be young. It's not illegal. Yet. I am young, I know. Makes me think of a Zelda character. What Zelda character is a what's it? Ojo-sama? Yeah, archetype. Beetle? Groose? Tingle? That's not... No. The Great Fairies? You're right. The Great Fairies. Yup. Well, hold on. Kind of. I feel like they're 50% of the way there. Maybe? Do they cover their hand with their... Do they cover their face with their hand? No, they wouldn't cover their face with their hand because they're not bound by modesty laws. They're literally fairies or modesty customs. They do the laugh, but they don't do the thing. They don't do the thing where they cover their mouths. That's why they do it, because in high society, Japanese women were expected to cover their mouths when they laugh. Breath of the Wild does? Really? Why would great fairies be bound by that? These games are so fucking horny, man. I don't think they do the laugh. Or they don't do the thing with their hand. Which is important. When are you going to finish your video game? Save point, if you bring that up one more time, I swear to God the next time's a 30-day ban. I know it's you every time. It's literally you every time. Hey, Ben. Sorry? No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. You're not sorry. I don't know. I've never played Breath of the Wild. Damn, we're having a talk in like 4 minutes. 3 minutes because my fucking computer clock is behind. Can I fix that? Hold on. Let me go into the settings. 1 second. I need to fix this before I forget to. I only remember because I start stream on time. Time? Clock? Change the date and time settings. Set time zone automatically. Set time automatically. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. The only reason it didn't have those on is because when I set up the computer, my internet was down. It was during the internet outage that I had where I couldn't stream very much. Okay, now it's fixed. Cool. This guy's so cool he watches Vosh every day apparently and is gaining national prominence. The cool watches me? That can't be right. That can't be right. I'm trying to figure out when black lipstick became a 10 out of 10 attractiveness feature for me. I think black lipstick is... Sorry, I can't talk about this. Straight up, this is going to immediately turn into like a... It's going to be a thing. You can't shit talk black lipstick. This is like a load-bearing column for a lot of people. You can't get into this. All right, what was I supposed to do? That's right. Join the PV stage. Okay, hold on. I have to like remember how to do all this because I forget literally every time.
He's coming.
All right, I joined.
There he is.
Go, go, go.
All right.
Howdy.
Hey, Vosh.
Howdy.
Hello. All right. Me and Hydra will get out of your hair and let you interview the nice, lovely candidate.
Hello, hello.
Have fun. All right.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I am doing all right. Familiar face.
Yeah, no kidding. How have you been?
It's been quite a season.
Yeah, hit me up with that. I have been extremely bad at my job. Treat me like an idiot. Assume hypothetically that I'm an idiot. How's the past? I know that it's still tight. It's up close, but you're gaining. How are you feeling like going into the primary?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think we are hitting a corner right now, and there's no turning back. And Debbie is struggling right now. She is getting ready to spend a lot of money. She just did a major ad buy in the district. She'll have TV running soon, and she is freaking out. So I feel good about that. I think the next time we do a poll, we should be in striking distance of her, but it's Florida, so you never know.
Yeah, how close is it? What does the most recent polling data say? It's within single digit, right?
It was like 17 because there's like a split field. So she was at 39 and I was at 21, and there are other candidates because there's multiple black candidates, so there's a little bit of a vote split happening there. But
well, for a lot of people, they don't see race, so it might be immaterial to them.
Right.
Sorry, one second. I've completely forgotten how to separate video on Discord, and I think I'm just now remembering it. 1 second, let me fix this so that people can actually see your lovely face and we're not entirely constrained to audio only. There we go. I fixed it. Okay, sorry. My attention was half split as I remembered what the many buttons on Discord do. There we go. Now he's a professional live streamer. That's good. That's good. Okay. I feel renewed. I feel like I'm allowed to talk again. So yeah, seriously. How has it been? I mean, this has turned into like a very high profile race. How does the national media attention feel?
Yeah, so the amount of backlash that Debbie Wasserman-Schultz received from running in this district has been, just insurmountable. Every week there's a new piece coming out, there's a new person coming out, and as you might by now, Hakeem Jeffries is even refusing to endorse her, which says a lot. He usually endorses every single incumbent, no matter what. She's the only incumbent he is not endorsing.
Really?
And she is part of his leadership team. So
Jeffries,
she's a former
Wasserman Schultz. Why do you think that is? Because he's endorsed some pretty low down, nasty people. Why hold off here?
Yeah, so she's running in a majority black district that was created under the VRA forcibly to make sure that black Floridians was able to send somebody to Congress to represent us. You know, there had been a 116-year gap since Reconstruction, and so the seat has been held since it was created in 1992 by an African American. And she carpetbagged into this district from her district. Remember, Florida just decided to
shuffle everything around.
Shuffle everything around quite a bit, and you know, this race was pretty much over. She decided to carpetbag in here, abandon her district she represented for 22 years to cynically run over here because it's a split field. And the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, is very upset about it as well because, of course, they're losing like almost half their members with redistricting across the country. And so Jeffries, you know, as being part of the CBC and incoming potential speaker, you know, he has to answer to the CBC, and he cannot be going around and endorsing her. That hasn't stopped him from saying nice things about her, but an endorsement.
Not formal. Yeah, and of course, Jeffries, you know, is tightly held within the Congressional Black Caucus. I can understand there being like a split motivation there. I'm reminding myself now, I mean, Wasserman Schultz has been around for a while. I'm reminding myself of why I dislike her so much, you know, as I peruse briefly. National co-chair for Hillary Clinton's 2008 campaign for president. Was elected chair of the DNC, replacing Tim Kaine, resigned from that position after WikiLeaks revealed she and other members of DNC staff had been trying to fix things in the background for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. Really, really nasty business. That had completely slipped my mind. I forgot. This is one of the leading architects in the Democrats' effort to prevent the party from being shifted leftward.
Yep. Yes, she is. And she is still in Congress. Every day I talk to people and they tell me, I have no idea how she's still in Congress. Didn't she leave in 2016 after the primaries? And no, she remained in her House seat. She's still in her House seat. She's never had a real challenge. This is her first time actually having to really fight for her life, and it's showing. You can see her at any black church in South Florida now, at every black event. Suddenly she's become the biggest.
A great ally to the community.
Yep.
She's at the dang cookouts. Well, I hope it doesn't work out for her. How's her ground game? Is she picking up? You know, you think that she's been like adjusting to the sudden challenge well, or does it seem like she's floundering a little bit?
I say she's floundering a little bit. She does have people knocking doors, and I think me and her are the only two candidates doing that. But you can tell the pandering is just a little awkward. You know, wearing the kente cloth. I think there's photos of her out there, you know, showing up to all types of black events and black churches and trying to be like black, I guess. And it's not working out well for her. She tried to lie and say she was endorsed by the Black Caucus, and she got caught on that. And now media is reporting there was some backlash.
That is a really stupid thing to lie about, I have to say.
It was on her website, and she had to forcibly take her entire endorsements page off of her website and take it down because she lied about like 6 endorsements: the Black Caucus, Sierra Club, all these endorsements from people who never endorsed her. And
photoshopped her in civil rights photos with MLK Jr. You know, got the great
Obama stuff.
Her in full color. Yeah. Her shaking hands with Obama. I mean, presumably those are actual photos of that. You know, more contemporary. No, yeah, it's disgusting. It's cynical. I've been talking about this a lot lately too, how like the Democrats, okay, I want to moderate my statements a little bit because I don't want to go crazy with it. A criticism Republicans have often made about the Democrats, I think this is a very insincere criticism coming from Republicans, is that the Democrats are really condescending to their black base because Democrats essentially assume black people will vote for Democrats because Republicans are racist as fuck. And as a consequence, you treat them as a given and you engage in really cynical, like ethnic patronage politics, where you aren't even promising to do good policy or be an effective politician. You're just a representative for subgroups within the Democratic caucus, which is obviously, I mean, this is like a 19th century way of doing politics, right? This is like New York City. Here's like the Irish side of town. You know what I mean? Like to me, it feels really backwards, but it seems to me like the default response sometimes for some of these more like established centrist DNC people, you know?
Oh yeah, and you see it in her campaign. If you go on her Twitter, you'll see every photo. There's like a black person in it. A church. She's at a Juneteenth event, eating collard greens. Or actually, we were at a Juneteenth event and she had collard greens on her plate. Took pictures and then she discarded of it immediately after taking the picture.
Threw that shit away and put on some shit. I don't know. Slaw? What's a good contrast to collard greens?
Oh, slaw?
Yeah. I don't know what the corollary would be there. No, it's really sickening. Like it's funny, right? But then like what it reveals. It reminds me, oh god, I have the worst memory. Was it New York 7 with Daria Lisa, where the incumbent that she was running against was running this like Dominican, Haitian, like local patronage politics games, and a lot of the people were being like really racist with it. Oh, 13, sorry, New York 17. Or 13, not 7. You know what I'm talking about though?
Yes, Daria Lisa and the CAC chair.
Okay.
Who got thrown.
Thank God, because if you didn't know what I was talking about, I had forgotten enough details about it that it would have been on me, not on you. I would have looked like a fool. Thank you.
It was an extremely racist campaign, and we're seeing. I mean, there's racism here in this race too. It's just like the soft side of it. Debbie is saying. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have the support of the black community and I have stood with the black community and the black people know me and I have represented black people before. And I'm like, you have 4 African-American candidates here and you're saying that somehow you are a better representative. And that's not to say, there can't be a white person running that can represent a black district, but it's certainly not Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And she is so selfish that she is going to take away the Democrats, any ability that Florida Democrats will have of winning a statewide seat, because so many black Floridians in South Florida are going to stay home in November if she wins this primary, because we are just about lost every seat in Florida. They took away Al Lawson's seat in Northern Florida in 2022. This one, they drew it in a way in which she'll be taking away this black representation if she wins here. There's only literally just one. There's Maxwell Frost in Orlando, and that's not even a black district, and Frederica Wilson's seat in Miami. Out of the 28 seats we have, there will literally only be like 1 or 2 if Debbie wins.
It's a shockingly undemocratic state, of course. Like, under DeSantis, it has been crushed from a like red-leaning purple state into a deep red, in large part through disenfranchisement. And I mean, the Democrats have failed horrendously in Florida as well. Sometimes like the state level ground game, like the clearest example to me recently, because we were following the California elections, right? And it was the prospect of a Republican gubernatorial candidate making it out of the jungle primary and into the general, who would lose. He would lose to the Democrat, right? But it causes a huge increase in down ballot Republican votes. If you have a Republican gubernatorial candidate, people will go out for that and then vote Republican down ballot in their local district. Whereas if you have 2 Democratic governor chances, right, or like choices, you don't have that effect. Likewise, in Florida, it seems like Democrats consistently fucking fail on the broader strategic game of getting people mobilized. You have these like establishment DNC candidates like Wasserman Schultz, who maybe they gun it in the primary, but they are like a massive vulnerabilities in the general, and they don't mobilize anyone to go out there and vote, so they depress votes and people think, oh well, I guess it's a red state, what's the point in trying? And that's how Florida got here, at least in part.
Right. Yeah, and I tell people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz are not going to incite anyone. Like Broward County is the bluest county in the state of Florida. I have the bluest congressional district. The primary is where you fight it out. Whoever wins on August 18th will be the next Congress member for the district. And so someone like Debbie Wasserman Schultz could theoretically win the primary, take all the money in the world, have AIPAC come in, buy it for her, win the primary, and then in the general election, depress turnout. I have people supporting me who are Republicans. I know it's kind of strange. Florida is a weird place. You have people who support Fishback somehow, but also support me, and we're like completely different opposites.
Yeah, there's a few differences between you and Fishback, I would say, politically.
Yeah. And so, Florida's just a strange place like that. But turning, my goal is to turn, increase the turnout in the state in a general election. Most people after the primary in a blue district, they just, I don't have to campaign anymore. I won. The general election is going to be speedy, and they don't do any field work. They don't send anybody out to knock doors in the general election. They don't help down ballot candidates. And Broward County is starting to lose, a lot of its Democratic voters. And Republicans are gaining ground, which is very dangerous because we pretty much hold the state up, and we are the county that kind of resists what Tallahassee is doing. And so if she wins and she's allowed to hold this seat, she's going to depress turnout. Broward County is going to be red within 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, I'm glad that Hakeem Jeffries has not endorsed her. I'm glad that he recognizes weakness here, but the fact that there's like no effort on the part of the National Party to ensure prolonged Democratic power in states that aren't like already deeply locked blue. They give up on them. It's like a very condescending attitude. He's like, hands off. Okay, maybe she's a vulnerability. I won't touch it. Have you had any contact with National Dems? Like, has there been an effort to use you to sort of uplift the race?
Yeah, so I've had conversations with members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and the members are pretty upset. There are some people who have spoken out publicly. There are a lot of people who, there's a culture of fear, in my opinion. I don't know why people are scared of Debbie, but there are a lot of people in Congress who, behind the scenes, they'll say this, or they'll say to a reporter, she shouldn't be doing this, or it's a clusterfuck, one member, said. But people won't really say. They won't come out publicly, except for the CBC chair who came out and said that Debbie Wasserman Schultz should not be running in this district, and that's bad. I've spoken to several members of Congress, leaders across the Democratic Party, and I do believe the CBC wants to come out in this race and get behind a candidate. Problem is, there's so many black candidates, so it's hard to pick one of them. And I happen to be progressive, so there's a little bit of conversation that needs to be had here, but I truly believe this is going to be a race that comes down between me and Debbie Wasserman Schultz. There's a stronger contrast, a deeper story to tell. Everyone else in the race is establishment, and I'm the only progressive candidate, and so I'm fighting on two fronts here.
Okay, then please tell me. So leaving aside Debbie, who we all hate here, what are you pitching? What uplifts you? I mean, so progressive, right? What does that mean?
Yeah, in Florida.
In Florida, not easy.
Yeah, but in my district, there are 200,000 or so people who are on, Medicaid. It's one of the poorest districts in the state and in the country. And, as a supporter of Medicare for all, obviously, talking to people in my district, going door to door, hearing their stories, hearing some of the poorest people who, they make $7 an hour, or, now it's in Florida, they're making $14 an hour. They're, working at hospitals and schools. They're struggling to get by. They can't afford their health care. Their premiums have gone up. And there's no answer from the Democratic Party, no leadership in Washington to address the healthcare crisis. The ACA subsidies. And yes, we should never have let the Republicans get rid of the ACA subsidies. But the bigger issue is that in a rich country like the United States of America, we're not guaranteeing healthcare to everybody. So that message has been extremely resonant in my district because we have a lot of seniors here. We have a lot of working class people. People here are pretty fed up with the fact that we have corporations, billionaires, and AIPAC buying up races across the country and in Florida as well. I do believe AIPAC will get in this race because I'm a candidate that doesn't support genocide, and I've been pretty outspoken about that. And so as a progressive running in this race and having a contrast against someone like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who has engaged in massive stock trading. She takes money from AIPAC. She supports payday lending, which are some of the worst schools in the country as it relates to the black community. They're charging 300-400% interest rates in the black community, and it's hurting people. And she's taken tens of thousands from private prisons, from payday lenders, from the big banks, from healthcare companies and health insurance companies. And this is somebody who is wholly owned by corporations. And, I'm running from my lived experience after the 2008 financial crisis. I was a kid. We lost everything. My single mom and my siblings were living out of her car, storage facilities, couch surfing. And so I I know what it feels like when the government is taking its eyes off the ball and focused on the wrong thing. And now we have an economy that's not working for people. Billionaires and trillionaires seem to be doing just fine in this country. Everyone else is just having to deal with, or just have to struggle on their own. And so I'm drawing that contrast against Debbie here in South Florida. And contrary to popular belief, is resonating with people. People feel like, you know, these people have been in office for too long and they haven't done anything for us.
Yeah, it feels, speaking from the perspective of a person who pays attention to politics, it feels like such an obvious moral line, right? There are people who try and people who don't, people who care, people who don't. It seems so clear when you step back and look at it from a distance, but like obviously in the day-to-day experience of a lot of people who are the ones who actually cast their votes, right? Or don't in a lot of cases, it all just blurs together. The general narrative of the Democrats not being present in Florida, of having failed the people, of they're not even being an alternative to just total Republican control of the state, it depresses turnout. And I think that people like Debbie know that, and they're fine as long as they continue, you know, they still have their corporate contracts. They're still going to be on like 17 different, you know, healthcare insurance boards or whatever when they get out of Congress. So it doesn't affect them. But it's so difficult to convince regular people that there's a difference, because the stigma is like, well, all politicians are like that, you know? In your like day to day, you're talking with voters. How do people respond to the prospect of a progressive, you know, candidate? Like, what do they? How do you tell them you're sincere? You know.
So there's a lot of apathy and distrust already, and I think what you have to do is just talk to people in their language. You know, Democrats have this like really elite way of talking to people. You know, just platitudes, just like assuming that they have people's support. Like, oh yeah, you must support the Democrat because we're better. For me, I just talk to people normally. I ask them what's on their mind. You know, I actually go and knock on their door and talk to them as the candidate. You don't see much of that. You see people, they send door knockers out or they just send mailers. I like to go and knock on the door and actually introduce myself. And when I do that, people are like, holy crap, you're the guy that's running for Congress? Oh, you're on my doorstep. Here's a bottle of water. Like, you're sweating your behind off and you're asking me what I care about. But I think the overarching thing is you just really show them what you've actually done and where you come from, and that resonates. And so when you have somebody like Debbie, who's, you know, elite Democrat, corporate Democrat, who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth and is a corporate Democrat, and then you have me telling them my story of, oh, wow, like, I'm from this community, I'm from this neighborhood, like, you know, I make like 15, 20 bucks an hour, like working in a middle school classroom. I've bussed tables, I've served, like, I actually have the student loan debt. My premium is $900 and I'm drowning just like you. And I want to know like how we get out of this together and make people feel like they're a part of something bigger than just one person, and not make it just about the politician. And I think that resonates with people in Florida the most, because people will say, okay, like, how do I know you're not like another politician like everyone else, or you're not just, you know, another corporate Democrat? It's like, no, like, here's what I've done. Here's the fights that I've engaged in. This is like what I'm going through life. And I'm not rich. And Democrats in Florida like to run, you know, wealthy candidates that can sow fun. And I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, it's not the most democratic state in either sense of the word. I feel like, especially for Florida, I feel like y'all are not to doomsayer, but you're running out of time. I mean, with climate change ramping up at the rate that it currently is, after the last massive hurricane slammed into northern Florida, the Carolinas, and so on, like, Trump denied FEMA aid. You know, there are still like entire counties that are just barren wastelands. People are just living in little, you know, waterlogged shacks. I feel like you know, the Mamdani quote, we're replacing the dismal coldness of individualism with the warmth of collectivism. People are going to be feeling a lot more collective when the only way to survive in Florida is going to be like a robust statewide or ideally nationwide, right? Like, lock arms together, fight against the actual physical annihilation of the state. There's just not a lot of time, you know? No. Florida's already like your housing insurance program. Private insurers won't insure housing in Florida because a hurricane's going to take the roof off every damn year. So your state has it's the only one in the country, a state home insurance program. That's like crazy, but it's also an indication that, like, when push comes to shove, you kind of have to go for those solutions, you know?
Right. Right. And you don't really have an agenda from the Democrats to push back against it. I mean, you see how Republicans govern in Florida, and you're like, holy crap, like, we haven't been able to beat this. Like, we don't have an agenda to beat this with the voters. And a total collapse in turnout. You have to ask the question, what are we doing wrong? And it's everything. We're not engaging people. And I think it's ultimately going to come down to, it's not going to come down to, from the Democrat versus a Republican. It's going to come down to having a strong Democrat that like reaches across the party lines to people on economics. Like, hey, like, we're working class, and let's connect on that. I think the problem with the Democratic Party is it just ends up being the identity politics and not also like this is the economic agenda. And we need the left populism to win in Florida. It's the only thing that makes sense. The closest a Democrat ever got to winning the state of Florida was in 2018 with, Black progressive Andrew Gillum. I know he's going through some things right now, but he lost by about 30,000 votes in the state, which is like nothing. That's like one city in Broward County. And since then, they've run corporate, mediocre, crusty white Democrats like Charlie Crist, and we've lost by 1.4 million votes in the general elections. 30,000 votes in 2018 to a complete collapse of like 1.5 million Democrats staying home. And
which is just
subsequent.
In my opinion, at least, it's genuinely like worse than people moving red. At least when people are shifting between red and blue, that people are operating on some kind of desire, like they're actioning a position. It might be a terrible position, but they're taking an action. But the apathy, it creeps in, and then people are just taken forever from the system. And it's overwhelmingly it's poor people, right? Upper middle class, wealthy people. They know that there's some angle they can get in to represent their interests. They have the free time to follow politics. But for a lot of poor people, it's just like moment by moment survival, day by day. Got to pick my kid up. Washing machine's broke. Got to go to the laundromat. It's like really base level stuff, and it drives in a kind of cynicism because in their entire lifetime they cannot recall a single time that local government has stepped in and helped. So why believe, right? Why take a chance at it? Why let somebody take advantage of your faith?
Right. And then when you get good people that run. You get good people, you get young people that run. We ultimately don't have the capacity to raise the money, versus the machine to get our message out. So it's much harder. We have to work harder. We have to knock more doors. We have to reach people, and people that are already apathetic or don't have the time to be engaged. It's much harder to reach them versus someone, like Debbie, who, has $3 million plus unlimited APAC funding and can just, lie to them and trick them, or, the 5% of people that turn out to vote in the primary who are the super, insider people, they know these people and they know the names. And so like in Florida, I think Florida is like ready for like a rude awakening. There are people ready for something. Like 2 years ago, I would say Florida was not in a position it was in right now to like get a progressive, like elected, like for the first time. Like people are upset, people who I never thought would be, communities I never thought would be. I see more Jewish voters in South Florida that are like, hate AIPAC than ever before. And so this idea that, like in Florida, like Jewish people are going to be like super pro-Israel. Not the case, at least in my district. I can't speak for all the other districts. The state is vast and you have some same people here, but you have a ton of people in my district who are just that is a defining issue for them. So is Medicare for all. They've seen, and I think having a second Trump presidency has awakened a lot of people up in the sense that they've seen.
We have to pay attention. We have to. Yeah. We can't afford to not anymore. No, I agree. I wanted to touch on that too, because you mentioned identity politics. The word on the street is you're gay, black, and Jewish. Are you trying to beat them at their own game?
No, I actually don't talk about my identity as much during the campaign at all. Funny enough, but it does get brought up because you don't really see that in politics. It's hard enough as it is being a black candidate in the South. In terms of like resources, messaging, and general support, as the South is pretty still the Jim Crow South in many ways, including Florida. People leave Florida out of that, but then also to be a gay man running as well, and to be Jewish, and so it's weird combination in Florida politics for sure.
It feels kind of like a bit of a breakout though, because like Florida is genuinely a very diverse state, right? Like anyone, if you've gone over to Orlando or Miami or you know, wherever else, you know that there's like a beating heart of progressivism in the state. There's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of culture there, obviously. And then you take a look at its political representation. You take a look at how it's been run, especially over the past 20 years. And name a third Florida city. Tampa Bay. Shut up. Sorry, Benjamin in chat. You look at how it's been run, and like genuinely, it's like local governance is like the Fourth Reich. I mean, it's really, really bad. So I think, I mean, I would hope at least that a lot of the more, it's Tampa, not Tampa Bay. Fuck.
There is a Tampa Bay.
I should have said Pensacola, because that's where my fucking grandparents, I would visit them in the summer for years and years. I remember it's in the Panhandle. For those who don't, I know you know. I would visit them every summer, and oh my god, it's so humid over there compared to Los Angeles. And I gotta get sort of a flavor for diversity in Florida too, because when we drive around, like the area that we were in was basically like Alabama culturally. But then you go into any of the bigger cities and it's like, oh my God, it's humid LA. Like everyone's here, you know, it's a party city. Miami, everyone's partying. Yeah, I don't know, just totally out of step with local representation. I got very distracted. How this is not your first time running.
No.
What did you learn from your first time around? Like in between now and then, obviously this time it's gotten a lot of national prominence, but like, how do you feel you've applied lessons from the first time to this one?
I would say like I became a much better fundraiser for sure. That is very, very, very hard. And especially when you're not taking like corporate PAC money, but also like coalition building. Like you learn from your mistakes, you learn like, okay, I could have done a better job building coalitions in this way with these communities and demographics, and also like finding your own voice. You know, it's very hard in politics to find your voice. But like for me, it's like, okay, just be my authentic self and just say what I have to say and what I feel. And, you know, if people rock with it, they rock with it. They don't, they could vote against me on the ballot, and, you know, that's democracy. But throughout all my races, I've learned, okay, fundraising, coalition building, you know, public speaking, finding my voice, and yeah, like balancing your community. I think even when my community disagrees with me on something, if I'm able to just explain this is why I feel the way I feel, and I can move people over that way as well. You know, I have a lot of people supporting me. Funny enough, there are people in Florida who are very pro-Israel that are supporting me, just because they like me personally. They like who I am, even though like we're diametrically opposed on a lot of these issues. And I think like there's something to say about building like personal relationships with people that moves people on issues, or that gives them to support people that they normally wouldn't, because they've seen people do work in their community. They've worked with people in the past, and it's like, oh yeah, like Elijah might be like extreme to me, but like I actually like to do, or I've actually worked with him on like education issues or criminal justice reform, and so like I already trust him.
You talk about navigating disagreements, you know, having respect for your constituencies and the people in your community. What disagreements crop up? I mean, I understand the national issues. Are there any like Florida specific issues that people tend to have on a bit of a schism? You know, like it's a little more contentious down there?
Yeah, I would say, you know, generally I would say on Israel, but not as much lately. I feel like everyone's kind of on the same page.
Everyone's like, we get it. You know, all right, okay, yeah. 57, you know, in a week, 57 stories out of there. Bomb this, bomb that. Okay, fine. You know, we'll stop voting exclusively on pro-Israel advocacy.
Yeah, I say like there's still like on like taxes and stuff. Like there's still like an attitude in Florida of you know, like, okay, like I don't want to pay more in taxes, because we are a state where there's no state income tax. So people like that, we keep a lot of our money. So like how to balance, you know, social programs with you know, raising taxes. So that becomes a disagreement sometime with people. There is a deep hatred, not of progressivism, but I think in many ways of like some aspects of the progressive left of like DSA from people. That I don't fully understand, but I think a lot of it, especially in like I'm running a majority black district, so there are a lot of black voters who like they don't rock with DSA, or they don't rock but they'll like me and my ideals and what I stand for, and it's kind of almost the same. But I think it's just exposure at the end of the day.
It's so
like
cultural.
Exposure.
Like people think DSA and they think like West Village, they think New York, they think New England, like big towering brick buildings. I imagine, like, I don't imagine Florida when I think DSE either. So I kind of see like the cultural divide there a little bit. Like everyone, they say when fascism comes to America, it'll be wrapped in the American flag, and it was. And likewise, everyone wants socialism wrapped in their state flag, right? Californians want California socialism. Floridians want Florida socialism. Floridians, like the down there, you vote on your ballot measures, your referendums, right? Relatively progressive when it comes to like enfranchising felons, minimum wage laws. I know these don't always pan out because of your ridiculous 60-40 rule for actually applying the referendums, but like, yeah, people,
I think some crazy stuff would pass if it was 51. I'm like, black people, do you have the right to vote?
It's true. It's true. Listen, in my opinion, they should just pass the good referendums and not pass the bad referendums.
That's true.
But yeah, people want good things, no matter what, wherever they are. It's just everyone's like framing for how that should be presented to them is different. And I guess, I don't know, we need Cuban socialism for Florida. I don't know exactly how to pitch that to them. I'm not culturally in the know. I just visited in the summer when I was a kid.
Yep, and a lot of it is just you have a lot of older people who vote, but if like all the young people in Florida actually turned out at the same numbers, Florida will look completely different, like our entire state government. That is the reason why the Florida Republicans are making it harder for students to vote. Like you no longer can use your student ID to vote in Florida anymore. That's insane.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yep, they passed a measure. I'm not sure if the governor signed this already, but I'm sure he will if he hasn't already.
God, that's so grim.
Like with vote by mail ballots, like if you live in another state, like whether or not you could mail your ballot to your college in another state, that is something they're arguing about right now. And so there's always a different way trying to take away people's ability to vote because they know the writing's on the wall. And if young people wake up and what I'm scared of the most is the Democratic Party in Florida is not building a strong enough bench. It's a lot of very old people who are running, and on the Republican side, they are running young people who are fascists, like James Fishback types, who are all the affordability stuff. Like, oh yeah, young people should own a house, they should have healthcare, but then they're also saying like Jews are bad and all of this other stuff, and like that is going to be like very bad if the Republicans in Florida are able to win young people because the Democratic Party just doesn't engage them, and I'm very, very worried about that.
No, I completely agree. It's like a rubber banding effect where like Floridian politics have for a while and will continue to be for a while probably oriented almost entirely around senior care. You're all getting rid of property tax, which is great for funding schools, and then like eventually you can't actually have a country or a state that only has 80-year-olds. Eventually you have to recognize eventually that's not going to work. You need people being born, you need young people, and then there's going to be this rubber banding. You have Fishback, who's like the loudest prominent gubernatorial candidate who's like really centering these issues, but doing it, of course, from like a Nazi perspective, which is probably not great for America and the people of Florida. Among his many other moral failings, that's probably not a great angle to approach that from. I don't know.
It's very worrying, and if we don't do something about it, because the fact that there's only one Gen Zer like in office in Florida, like Maxwell Frost, is like insane. And then in the state legislature, that's the case as well. And we have a lot of young people that want to get involved, that are progressive, and that's the reason why they lock us out, because we're like a progressive generation that is not bought and not corporate. But if we don't really turn that around, Florida is going to be lost for generations if Republicans are allowed to like win young people's hearts and minds, and then have like Hitler Youth running around here, getting all the seats in office.
Do you think it'll get better with DeSantis out? Do you think like Donald's will be slightly less draconian in his running of the state, or do you think it's just going to be a continuation of the same?
The jury's out on that one. With Donald's, he's been like completely AWOL. Nobody knows really what he stands for. I'm like Trump supported, and that's it. But I think like the danger with Donald is the amount of support he could get within the black community, because they'll say, oh, we have a black governor, and like he'll like do a lot of work. I will say one thing about him is like he will make the effort, like he did when he was just, you know, in Congress and as a state rep, to actually show up in like the black community. And so he's going to show up cynically and like try to turn people into Republicans, or show them that, oh wow, I am a Republican, I do care about black people. And that will, you know, backfire against the Democratic Party.
It seems like Fishback is pitching him up for that too, because Fishback's arguments against Donald's basically boil down to, well, I'm white, kind of, and you're black, so, which kind of pitches Donald's to be in a way like the anti-racist candidate. Like it means he can position himself in the context of the governor's race like, no, I actually love black people and I support them and I'm black, and so on and so forth, which I mean, you're right. I think that in a very like cynical, a lot of voters, you know, don't pay attention to every detail, they just kind of follow general trends. I think it's actually like a very dangerous trend, right? Because it's not like his policies are going to elevate black people in Florida. You know, he's not going to mend racial disparities or correct disenfranchisement of ethnic minorities in Florida. He's going to further all of those. But, you know, image matters, right?
That's exactly the case. And so we'll see what happens with that. Debbie's probably going to screw it up for the Democrats if she ends up winning this primary. But let's hope that doesn't happen.
Do you really think that she would lose the general?
She would not lose a general in this district, but I could see a lot of black voters
contribute to the long term.
Right. In the long term, and then also I can see a lot of black voters in this district and across the state saying, F it, I'm staying home in November. I'm not voting for any candidate statewide because they're all going to be white. And people are going to be upset. That black representation essentially was like eliminated in Florida with the exception of one seat. And with the identity politics and everything, I think people are going to be upset and decide not to vote for people statewide.
It's kind of what happened in New York, right? Where like Democrats had an extremely strong hold on the state, but then over time that meant because there wasn't much internal competition, they could just pitch like neoliberals, really pro-corporate Wall Street types. And then like that, over time, people were like, okay, why even fucking bother? It's going to be a Democrat and the Democrat's going to hate me anyway, so why vote? And then now, like Republicans, you know, over the past couple of decades have been sneaking in a couple of wins there where they probably shouldn't. And it's just, yeah, I don't know, the product of long-term bad strategy, cynicism, not respecting your voters.
That's exactly what it is. And no engagement with any of the communities that they serve. Like people get elected here, you don't hear from them for 2 years, 4 years, and then they come back and ask for the vote. And then people are like, oh, okay, well, now you're talking to me. You haven't been talking to me before. And we're seeing that now. And not just this race, but all across Florida with Democrats running. And, you know, we got some good people. I'm not going to say there's no good people running, but we want to try to get people through the primaries to the general. And it's going to be hard.
Are you feeling optimistic?
I feel optimistic about it. Even with not a lot of money, we've been able to really get the message out to people in the district, and that's been resonating. And I've been running since January 2025, before Debbie got in this race, when it was just me and Sheila McCormick, who had to resign for fraud and all of that good stuff. And no, I've been putting in the work, talking to the people, and I think people, like with the trends in New York and in Colorado and elsewhere, I think Florida sees the writing on the wall, and the voters here are in line with what we're seeing across the country.
Okay, well, if people watching this are interested in alleviating the aforementioned finance gap, what can they do about it?
They could donate either at ElijahManley.com, and there's a link as well here in the chat for folks to donate. Pitch in what you can. This will be the last opportunity probably to remove Debbie Wasserman Schultz from Congress, and it's our best opportunity to do it. So you could contribute on AdBlue or on ElijahManley.com to help make it happen.
I really appreciate you taking the time. Seriously, it would be so nice to get some good news out of Florida. I just remember growing up and thinking, because again, when I would visit my grandparents and in Pensacola is not exactly deep blue territory, not even a little bit, not even slightly. So, no. but then I would come home and I remember hearing about or reading about like, no, Florida's actually a purple state. In fact, it might be shifting blue over time, right? And over the past 10 years, that has just been like obliterated, consigned to the history books, you know, farcical, even to entertain the thought. I would like to see good news out of Florida.
I think it will happen, and I think this race will be the one.
I really appreciate you taking the time. Good luck out there, seriously. We're coming up in a primary.
And I'll be watching. I'm usually in the chat, so I'll be watching.
And I'm honored. I'll try to. It's good vibes, okay? I'm projecting well-being and goodness into your race.
I appreciate it.
Take care.
You as well.
That was really nice. Beep. Took me a little bit to figure out how to use Discord, you know, because I often forget. There's so many buttons. I didn't realize all the buttons were at the bottom of the page and not underneath the video cameras. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, seriously, good luck to him. I don't talk about it often now because it's a little bit politically out of time. I understand that it's not really like, it's not like relevant right now, I guess, in the context of Florida as it exists right now. You're still in the stage, Lamau? Oh, okay, well, whatever. It's not like I'm undressing, you know. Okay, there, I exited the stage. But, like, I used to, like, I feel like a tie to Florida, not just because I visited as family, but I guess I have kind of, Florida is just such a unique place. You know what I mean? It's such a unique part of America. I feel like Florida is 1/4 of America. Do you know what I mean? Like 1/4 of America is New England, and 1/4 of America is New York City on its own, and 1/4 of America is the Southwest, and then 1/4 is Florida. And I understand that I'm leaving a lot of people out, but in my mind, I'm mentally mapping America right now. Florida is a big part of America. Florida is quintessentially American, you know? And it just sucks that it's a fucking shithole. I don't know. Maybe GTA 6 will fix it. Maybe GTA 6 will herald a revival. I doubt it, but it would be nice. Be nice to get some good news. It is where the next GTA 6 is happening. That's true, and I'm sure it'll depict it in a very flattering light. You know.
And I couldn't hear a goddamn thing Jenny said, but I hope it was about becoming.
Sorry, I clicked on the stage again. I clicked on the stage button. I think that was Benjamin's voice. I didn't have my earbuds in, but I saw Benjamin's profile. Anyway, yeah, seriously, please canvass and phone bank. If you live in Florida, especially, like, I understand that participating in the political process locally is sort of emotionally akin to tearing your own skin off. I understand that. I sympathize with that. I respect that. However, at the same time, it's so important to participate. You really don't want to consign. You can't, like, every time a state goes purple or red or whatever, you can't go like, you know, oh, whatever, it's dead forever to me. I'm not going to care or pay attention anymore. You can't give up on it, like, fucking immediately, you know? You know. You get me. You're here with me. Texas secession is confirmed. I said the Southwest. That includes, I mean, I guess Texas isn't the Southwest, but in my mind it included it because I was including Texas with, like, Los Angeles, Arizona, New Mexico. Been getting you whole time. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah. Also, he's a fan of the channel. Can we give up on Oklahoma? Yes. I'm happy to announce on behalf of the, like, broader progressive community that Oklahoma has officially been abandoned. We no longer have to think about it. We no longer have to consider it. We don't have to factor it in. And when I am president, I will abolish the 2 Senate seats from Oklahoma. We will simply not recognize it anymore. But my partner lives there. That fucking sucks. That's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oklahoma's sweet home to indigenous people, though. Yeah, but, like, they're not. That's not their senators. That's the indigenous people of Oklahoma are not the ones pitching the senators into the damn into the damn Senate. You know, maybe it'd be a different story if they were. I'm not. Yeah, we don't need to defend Oklahoma by proxy. Get the good people the fuck out of there. All right. Whew. Okay. Plus, I want like a Voshite member of Congress. Okay. Come on, let me have this. Finally got an insider. Yes, sir. All right. Well, that covers it. That covers my obligations. You know, which means which means we're just chilling. How are we doing, folks? How are we doing? Good, great, good. Nice. Hell yeah. I'm building a Minecraft house. Well, that's good to know. Very, very nice. Scream really loud into the mic, please. I feel like I upset my neighbors the last time I did it. I have no confirmation of this. I have no reason to believe it besides the fact that I know that I was very, very loud. But no, I think that I'm going to be chill today. You know, I think I'm going to be chill today. Yeah, you know, that's my personal preference. Cop out? Fuck you. No, I have not seen Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes kissing, or whatever it is you're implying. We'll get around to it, okay? We'll get around to it. Footage of the bulk carrier Looney sinking into the Strait of Hormuz. Wait, they sunk a ship? Oh, fuck. That's crazy. Normally Iran just gives it a little love tap. All right, yep. Is this the first time a ship has been sunk? Maybe it's not, but like normally, yeah, they just like lightly damage the hull or whatever. Good luck, Ben. Nah, there have been at least 3. Okay, definitely the first one I've seen video footage of then. God damn, Jesus. Is it supposed to do that? No. Was it full of oil? Nah, it says bulk carrier. So no, I don't think so. Because they would always refer to a tanker as a tanker. God damn, man. Bulk carriers do this when they're stressed out. So do people. Got a lot in common, you know? Holy shit. Breaking, Iran has launched the largest attack on Bahrain of the war with over 30 missiles targeting U.S. assets, including a Karam-Shah missile carrying a cluster munitions warhead. Continuous and heavy explosions reported across Bahrain minutes ago, with residents reporting windows shaking. This follows the attack in Kuwait an hour ago. Jesus Christ, man. They're getting silly with it. Not good? Not good for America, that's for sure. Yeesh. Yeah, it's just a meteor shower. Have you seen this one? Well, the link's not purple. Ooh. Wow. Oh, this is from March. Oh, this is from the beginning of the... Okay. Yeah, this is old. 3 months. 3 months old now. Good to see air defense is doing jack shit. Well, as a general rule, any missile capable of intercepting another missile probably costs more than the missile that it's intercepting. Are you sure it's not from the Syrian civil war? I can't confirm whether or not it is. I do not know. Oh, has it been 3 months already? Hey, man, it only took us like 1 month to deplete fucking all of our missiles, okay? Make fun, but on a like timetable-wise... AOC says she's willing to visit the West Bank. That would be crazy. Dude, she's gonna die. The settlers are gonna murk her ass. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Whew. In the Islamic tradition, she's preparing to martyr herself for the cause. There are gonna be roads in Iran named after her. Further evidence, the U.S. can't manufacture anything anymore. Even a new plant making 155mm artillery rounds hasn't produced anything in 2 years. What? Defense watchdog finds new 155mm artillery round. Failed to produce parts in 2 years since it was built. Dog. In a functioning country, this would be treason. Like, the Pentagon contracts a defense company in order to produce supplies vital to national defense, you know, asterisk, right? That's the narrative. And they're just like, sorry, me with a suspiciously $469 million shaped bulge in my stomach. Oh, sorry, we forgot. We forgot to make stuff. Sorry. Jesus Christ. The plant, which is operated by General Dynamics Ordnance and Tactical Systems, opened on May 2024. The facility in Mesquite failed to produce any of the 30,000 projectile metal parts it was expected to make each month. Jesus Christ. What is this company? What other contracts do they have? Have they provided an excuse? Is there like a reason? I guess not. I guess it's just like, oh, I forgot. Whatever, man. It's literally like our tax dollars, but who cares? Jesus Christ. General Dynamics is big boy? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I blanked. I knew they were big, but like third largest of the top 100 contractors of the US federal government. It receives over 3% of total spending by the federal government on contractors. This is a well-vetted, extremely large, powerful MIC company. And it's just, oops, I forgot. I forgot to make artillery parts. Their workforce is 21% veterans, 23% female, and 27% people of color. How nice. Everyone laughed at Russia in 2022 when their tanks ran out of gas and whatnot. Now we're proving to not be much better. I mean, it's like it defies satire. We are out of tomahawks. We are out of missiles because Grok used them all. Grok used them all in the first, like, 1 month of our war with Iran. We told Grok, Elon Musk's XAI's AI program, give us some missile targets, please. And then we fired all of them directly into one elementary girls' school or whatever, killed 140 kids, and that's it. And that's all we have now. Like... Nuts, quit looking for a fucking argument. Nuts, this is so you deliberately misinterpreting people in order to start an argument. Classic. literally isn't though. Well, you do the same thing, Subs and Soda. You just do it like real nice, like a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just fucking caught. Fucking caught. 2 years and they didn't make a single thing. Great use of 500 million. Thank you, Pentagon. General Dynamics just got another big contract. 255 Navy submarine support contract. Yippee! Seriously, like I don't think people are really able to reconcile with what it says about our federal government that they can get a $500 million contract to build artillery shell parts, produce literally nothing over 2 years, therefore dramatically cutting into our procurement, like by a significant amount. And then there's no investigation, no crime committed, no follow-up, no lawsuit, nothing. Just, oh, here's another contract. Literally just because, like, our senators and the corporate board for General Dynamics are jerking each other off at the fucking Skull and Bones Club. Like, literally, they're just buddies. They're touching tips. Oh, the CEO of General Dynamics would be executed if this occurred in China. Just to be clear, because I know you mean this, but to be clear to everyone, that's not an exaggeration. In China, absolutely. Like, unambiguously. That's not an exaggeration or whatever. That would just straightforwardly happen. Yeah. That's real. Crazy. Not an exaggeration, but inconsistently correct. Things like this happen at the municipal level in China. Oh, of course. But this is a national contract for a major, literally the third biggest contractor money receiver in the United States. This is not like a... No. I'm not saying there's no corruption in China. I'm just saying this is such an unbelievably egregious... you get me. Looks like we got a little F there. I have that fucking song stuck in my head, the Dracula song. You guys heard that one? Bam, 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 Dracula. You know what I'm talking about? Is that a new song? Tame Impala, Dracula. Yeah, it's from less than a year ago. I hate that song. Why do you hate that song? Run from the sun like Dracula. That's me. So you do listen to music? The common perception that I literally never listen to music might be a little bit of a Flanderization imposed by you part. You people have created a narrative, and every time the narrative gets repeated, it gets a little bit more ridiculous over time. Like, when we were playing Disco Elysium, and the Shivers prompt did the DMX reference, where the hood at, something, there were people in chat like, it's a shame you can't understand that reference. Like, I've never heard where the hood at. They're like, oh man, that just went right over his head. Like, you treat me like an animal. Like, I'm not even a person. That's crazy. Hold on 1 second. Somebody in the Reddit's asking for autistic advice. As one of the world's most autistic live streamers, I'm positioned to help. Autistic friendless loser who went to a free concert needs advice, please. Hey, it's all of you. Don't understand what happened. I know this community is very autistic. Wanted to ask in the chance someone relates or has a lived experience. Went to a free concert where we had to sit and a few groups perform one after another. There weren't many people in the audience, a few old people and some of the friends of the group playing. I took a seat in the middle left side. Most of the performances didn't hit, but seeing how these mediocre, insignificant groups played for a dozen people in the public were so happy, lively, and humanly beautiful, it made me tear up. Okay, so far so good. Then the last song I heard played, I found it unbelievably good, and like any other, they were met with enthusiastic claps from the people in the audience, but I felt like the claps in the audience weren't grand enough for such a majestic piece. We're not doing a Joker thing, right? I ran out of the building because I was starting to cry, and in the park outside, I bawled my eyes out like never before. Okay. I lied. Wait, I lied. I'm asking this sub not only because y'all are autistic, but what prompts me to ask for help is the video from the Vosh pit. Do not be that person where he states loneliness is a disease that should be treated by putting in the effort. Yeah. Won't go into details, but I went pretty far professionally, thanks to a ton of the work on speaking publicly, small talks, culture, professional ethos, but I don't feel human. I was never able to create a sincere connection, never felt comfortable around people, never felt like myself, and now, after the concert, I'm feeling deeply empty inside. Deeply empty inside? That's interesting. Maybe this, what this feels to me is like repressed emotions. Like you have ordered your life in a very specific regimented way. You treat your interactions with other people as means to an end. Not saying you're being like manipulative, but like your interactions with people are like served as part of a broader purpose. And now you've experienced just like a genuine connection to a, like a, you were touched by the fact that the musical performances were being produced for the love of expression and not because there was some big audience giving money or whatever. You know what I mean? I understand what you're talking about. If you see a really good performance to a big audience, in your mind, you're proportioning the quality of the music to the size of the audience, and you're thinking this is a product being sold. This is a like, a reasonable, proportional response. But then like, that's different if you were like walking through the woods and you heard a woman singing beautifully for an audience of no one. That's different, right? Even if she's not singing that beautifully, now it's like, well, she must be singing for the love, for the joy of singing. Like this is just a love of the art. This isn't commercial at all. Likewise, you experience that, I think, in like the context of a public performance, right? It's like, oh my God, these are people expressing themselves for reasons other than like immediate material benefit. And now you feel empty because it feels like other stuff in your life is comparatively less sincere, right? That's like my guess. Does that, how does that track with you guys? Do you think that's like a good like armchair pitch? Because I get I get that. I think that makes sense to me, right? Like sometimes you encounter something so heart-achingly authentic and genuine that it feels like you feel this like, oof, am I the cynic? You know, like, do I do things for the love of life, or am I like, am I just doing things because I think it's good or whatever? You know what I mean? I get that. I think it's normal to feel that way. I think that you should chase that feeling. You know, I think you should chase that feeling. Go to more free concerts in the park, you know? Maybe you need to like rediscover the impulse inside of you that guides them, the desire to express without any like immediate consequential benefit, you know? I felt that way kind of recently. When I went over to the Twin Cities, I saw a free concert out in the park, and they were kind of banging. I left them a big tip. You know, they had a little money collection up front. But they were kind of banging. You know, it was just like some old people there, maybe a couple dozens. I don't think I understand this post, but I feel like this person thinks because art is sold is not sincere. I think that's an unfair assumption to place on them. What I think a fairer interpretation is that we usually do things for a reason, and the reasons we do things sometimes can make it feel like we're just going through the motions. Like, for example, a lot of the kind things that we do aren't being done because we have this like sincere, empathetic outreach to others, like we really want to help them. Instead, it's social obligation. This affects everyone. Everyone is affected by this. Like, you will do a kind thing, not because of this wellspring of authentic desire to improve a person's life, but because you're in a public setting and you're like, oh, okay, I will. Maybe it's like giving money to a panhandler, or like helping a person who's dropped some stuff on the sidewalk or whatever. I'm not saying you're not being kind. It's that there's a mix. It's the reason why there's a particular kind of beauty to helping people when no one knows it was you. You know what I mean? Like, if you see a mess and no one's around and it's not your mess and you didn't even know who the mess belongs to, but you tidy it up and walk away thinking like, somebody will appreciate that. There's a particular kind of beauty to that because the incentive to do it is completely detached from any other immediate pressure, I guess. Like, you know, it's a totally different, like, for instance, in the context of my live streaming, right? I love the rambling. I love being a gapper, etc., etc. But there's a difference between me talking about my opinions or feelings here versus me sharing my opinions with like a date, right? Like if I'm having a date and I'm like, oh, I'm really earnestly communicating, it doesn't mean I'm being inauthentic here. I'm being authentic here. But my motivations are still caught up in like a set of social expectations and the, artifices of my work, right? Like the expectations held and so on. There's a difference there. And I think likewise, the free concert kind of gives that feeling a little bit, The presence of incentives does not make something insincere, but the absence of incentives can often make it feel more sincere, which resonates, What exactly are you asking? That's fair. For people... It does kind of feel like they're a bit starved for genuine human connections, I deeply understand this unhuman feeling from being autistic, though. I mean, like everything on Earth, it is to some extent or another a bit of a skill issue, right? In the sense that like you can make an effort to go out and communicate with people and feel more human. Everyone's winging it. It's not like there's one template for how you should behave or whatever, but it always takes effort, It's like a touching grass thing that you have to develop. Anyway, that's probably more attention this person expected than when they made the post, so. Selflessly helping autistic Redditor with sagely live streamer advice. Okay, let's read some donos, huh? Dog, my face feels awful right now. I feel like my face feels like, it's because of the fucking skin barrier thing. My face feels like oily, but also dry. I hate it. I hate this feeling. Question mark? Because of the skin barrier. Get some cream. I apply moisturizer like all the time. But applying, applying moisturizer doesn't like actually itself moisturize, right? Like moisturizer applies a barrier to your skin so that the oils in your skin don't get like rubbed off or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like it's like a barrier thing, I think. I mean, it varies depending on the stuff, Get La Roche-Posay Cicaplast Baume B5 Plus Repairing Balm. Dry, irritated, damaged skin. Is that what I'm talking? Am I talking about dry, irritated, or damaged skin? Is that what I'm talking about? Long-lasting barrier protection, vitamin B5. Yeah, why not? Whatever. Sure. A small percentage of today's stream revenue will be dedicated to me getting La Roche-Posay Cicablast something something. You get it. You understand. You understand. The whatever the fuck I said earlier. Is Vosh in a skincare arc right now? Yeah, kind of. I mean, might as well, right? I wish I could like... I can't like show my stretch marks on my side because you didn't know what they looked like beforehand, but they really did get better from the retinol. Anyway, hold on. Let me get this. Careful with the B5. It says it intensely hydrates. Okay, hold on. La Roche Posay Baume B5. Wait, I've bought this before? Wait, oh, this is SPF 50. Oh, okay, never mind. It popped up a sunscreen that I ordered. Okay, this is the B5 Skin Barrier Repair Cream with Centella Asiatica, shea butter, and panthenol. That's not that expensive. It's just $14, $15? It's on sale like everything always is with Amazon? Okay. Prime today. Sure. Heal me. Heal me. La Roche-Posay. Listen, I'm not French, okay? I've had acne my whole life. This is my holy grail. The La Roche-Posay ba, the thing that I just talked about. If you don't have damp skin before applying moisturizer, it will not add moisture. Really? But I thought the moisture was from oil, not from water. Why do you order sunscreen you can find in stores? Because the sunscreen you find in stores fucking sucks. People are out there getting the, like, banana ice cream sunscreen shit, which is, like, disgusting, and it feels, like, disgusting on your skin. It's probably worth getting a good thing, you know? It's worth just, like, doing a little bit of cursory Google searching on a high-quality product. I got this for, like, 20 bucks. It's like a fucking Japanese nail clipper, and this shit's like, it like cuts through my nails like butter. No, there's not even a clipping noise. Clip, there's no clipping noise. It's literally just like I press down and the nail gets bisected. Like there's no pressure applied or whatever. So those aren't common. I mean, most of the nail clippers that I've always used like suck. But you just Google, hey, what's like a good version of the thing that I have? And then it's like marginally more expensive in a lot of cases. You know? Nail clippers, Japan. Listen, I know it's a funny bit, but like, you know, the thing Japan thing, frustratingly, is true, right? Like, the frustrating thing with the thing Japan thing is that it's fun to make fun of, but at the same time, it's also true. It's, like, overwhelmingly true in most cases. Only for a couple things. For, like, most things. It's literally just because they have a domestic manufacturing economy that tends to specialize in, like, well, specialty goods. Anyway. Mech Gender Lynn, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Nice name change. Noah Dausch, thanks the tier 1 sub. Mr. Gel Goog, thank you for the 666. Listener from Ohio, you preaching being proactive helped us dodge a bullet. We built a huge garden, spring fall harvest, got corn out of the demon hole. Solid. Nice. Hell yeah. Now you can still have like fruits and veggies and stuff, you know? James Word, 98, thank you for the 10 bucks. Really appreciate that. Donating to guilt you into watching the first season of The Wire. Okay. Jalvarado, 85, thank you for the very kind 10 bucks. I promise you no Republican cares about a U.S. Senator's sister inheriting his seat. I guarantee you that they don't. They really are like cattle. Piotr Online, thanks the tier 2 sub. Yeah, no, I really, really hope it's Troy Jackson. M. Roos, thank you for the 1111. I messaged some of my DSA friends. They're calling me an op because I repeated pretty much what you said yesterday about the authoritarian left. Okay, keep in mind, I wasn't really talking about the authoritarian left. The left DSA tendencies that I was referring to were mostly like ultras or anarchists or whatever. They're not like necessarily authoritarians. They're people who we'll say charitably favor deliberation over action, which describes a lot of anarchists. But I wouldn't call them authoritarian leftists, you know? I think that's a mischaracterization. Juzor, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Morecap, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Just wanted to show my appreciation. Keep it up, dog. Thank you. I saw your big ass post. Thank you. Bullcipher, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Every time Vosh talks about his skin feeling tight, I think of the Baki scene of Yujiro Hanma walking through the safety glass. Man, I really, really wish that Baki stayed good, but I feel like he should have cut it after the trilogy, after they were done with Baki Hanma, because the Musashi Miyamoto arc was like, okay, but I just have not been fucking with the sumo arc. I know it's like his job, just keep it going or whatever. I just think the sequel series could have been more interesting, you know? The trilogy was very good. SamFan155, thanks the 25 bucks. Really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, remember this? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. This was the, like, at least it feels now like the early days of internet meme culture, where an image would go viral and then it would just stay viral forever. Forever. It used to be like if an image went viral, it was for years, it was like, oh man, the dancing baby. You know the dancing baby? You know fucking peanut butter jelly time or whatever? But nowadays, it's just like run through, man. Day after day. You're a loser if you're not caught up in the latest epic memes. Kane the Astronomer, thanks the tier 1 sub. The disco run came at the perfect time to distract me from losing my cat, my best friend, Chupacabra. Oh. He was almost 19 and lived a good life, but fuck, I miss him. Look, the most you can tell yourself is that, like, 19's a long fucking life for a cat. That's a sizable life, you know? So, you know, from your perspective, it's like, why can't they live forever? But from Chupacabra's perspective, they're like, well, you lived forever. Like you, the person writing this, you know? From their perspective, you're all they got, and they got it the whole damn time. You know what I mean? Like, think of it if you had, like, a sick-ass immortal friend or whatever. You know, from their perspective, it's like, oh, why do humans die so early? But from your perspective, you're like, fuck yeah, after I'm out, that's their problem. I got them the whole time, you know? I got my sick-ass immortal friend the whole damn time. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Processed food was literally designed for you to eat. Organic's just some crap they found in the ground. Fucking true. Any truers? God wanted us to make Twinkies and eat them. God sees us eating berries, and he's like, dude, what the fuck? That's literally for berries, so they poop it and drop the seeds other places. What the fuck are you doing? I literally gave you the ingredients to make Twinkies. I gave you fucking hydrogenated corn syrup. What are you doing eating berries? It's true. Rachel A., thank you for the $5. Rumor has it you're MA bound by the PV people? MA bound? Massachusetts bound? I don't know what the hell y'all are talking about. I got a butt indent in my Herman Miller Aeron. I got to keep that going. Neutron John, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Lizzie Wizzy, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Thank you, thank you. Madeline Gibson, thank you for the $5. Got a new wallet today. It's Plank from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. That'll inspire some conversations with people from a specific age range when you pull it out. Malon Miller, thank you for the $10. As if this year couldn't be worse, I got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in May at the age of 27. I'm hoping the supply chain doesn't fuck me over in the coming years. Type 1's the autoimmune version. That fucking sucks. Yeah, I don't really, like, know much about diabetes. I've been lucky it hasn't affected me or anyone that I know, so I have never, like, had a reason to... I mean, I know the broad strokes. I just don't know much about, like, the day-to-day lived experience or, like, the effects on energy levels or whatever. So I hope that, you know, you're able to manage it well. And that it, you know, doesn't affect your life that much. Remember when you spent an hour praising the Ed, Ed, Eddie finale? I do not remember that, but the Ed, Ed, Eddie finale was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah. Lead Kale, thanks the $10. Vosh, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I watch you every day. I appreciate your views on current events and politics. I may not agree, but I salute your effort anyway. Thanks, I appreciate that. Don't salute me too hard. Being a stay-at-home mom is way the fuck harder than any of the shit I'm doing. You're raising a kid. Listen, hey, I'll put it this way. Everyone wants to be a live streamer. Right now, nobody's willing to be a mom. Know what I'm talking about? All these bitches are out there at the club. They're not even getting knocked up or whatever to propagate the species. So don't thank me. Thank you for your service. Everyone's like, I can't be a parent. I spend 12 hours a day dissociating. Yeah, maybe eat your Fruit Loops. I don't know. Electric Master, thank you for the 8 Australian. Really appreciate that. Invisible Ask the Market and Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those as well. Can't eat meat, can't eat produce. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. Red Baron, thanks the $2 donos. £2 donos, sorry. Reflex, thank you. Hey Blinken, thank you for the $5 reduce. The Slovak Diplomat, thanks the $10. Vosh pregnant. If I could help with the birth rates, I would, but sadly I can't. Because Snickers and Archeo, thank you for the 2 Canadian and €2. Praying for your skin barrier repair and DE later. I have a prior obligation today, but DE will be soon, folks. Don't worry. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $10. Hey Vosh, I liked the It's All Connected video you put out, but for those not caught up on the Omni segment, I think it'd be great to make a video explaining the concept from the ground floor. I've been talking about it a lot lately. I feel like covering it from the ground floor might be a little bit like uninteresting. It's also, the problem is that the subject isn't that interesting to people. You know what I mean? Like, it's interesting if you relate it to a specific audacious news story about how like a lamppost cost $5 million to install or whatever. But I feel like it's not that interesting on its own because it ties heavily into monetary policy and finance, which a lot of people just aren't that interested in. Even though I don't think it's that complicated. I think it's just thought of as something complicated, so people tend not to seek it out, you know? Yeah, you get me. Lightning Dash 31, thank you for the $10. Hey Vosh, just wanted to say I finished Disco Elysium last night. Nice. Can't thank you enough for recommending it. Had a great time playing it. I'm really glad. Yeah, it's crazy to me that people haven't played it when it's literally like the best video game, basically. Really happy to hear that. Really happy to hear you enjoyed it. Victorious Garnosaurus and Max H, thank you for the $5 both. Vosh, getting into interiors, check out the Somerset house. I've had an interest in interior design for a while, you know, it's not... Ooh, how pretty. Man, people are really, really fond of this, like, paper. Another thing the Japanese and the Chinese, I think originally the Chinese, really have a good handle on. Paper is such an amazing lamp material because it gives like a warm, uneven light diffusion, which feels very, very natural. Paper lamps give you the same feeling that you get from walking around underneath trees in the daylight. So the sunlight's getting filtered through like the swaying leaves, and it gives this like organic, textured light, you know? Yeah, for sure. What a beautiful place. I feel like this isn't that expensive too. Like, okay, all of these pieces definitely cost 50 trillion, but like you could do this not that expensive. You know what I mean? You could do this not that expensive. You could, if you knew what you were doing. It feels very Scandinavian. Scandinavian and Japanese interior design share a common history. I think I read a book on it, or like, sorry, no, I saw a book on it and read like the opening blurb. So I spoke a little quickly there. Something about like 2 famous designers from the 1970s, who like got along together really well, and a lot of the common interior design trends in like Scandinavia and in Japan have like a shared history, kind of. Something like that. Yeah, they really like these paper globes. I like them too. No hate. Man, they polished the fuck out of that table. Look at that. It's like a mirror. What does the bedroom look like in here? I feel like the bedroom is where it comes home to roost sometimes, you know? I think it's just like a showcase. It's like a studio. I don't think there's a bedroom here. I mean, it's very cheap to put a prompt into AI image generators, yeah? Are you saying this is AI? This is like a known location. It's not just random pictures. Wait, why is this AI? This is AI, people are annoying. Yeah, like it pisses me off when people are like, hey, this YouTube short you just popped up has an AI narration. I know. I'm aware. I hear it too, okay? It sucks. I'm probably just trying to get it like a nugget of information in there from the initial prompt or something. I know. It's like fucking 80% of the internet now. It's very frustrating for me. AI because nobody owns a carved wooden ball on a pedestal. I've shown you guys this pot, right? Not pot. It was a glasswing. They have some showcase ceramics there from a Japanese ceramicist whose name I'm currently blanking on. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? I think with the right lighting, this thing could really pop. But right now, it's being wasted back in that corner. I need to get like a nice display for it. I would put a lamp in a display shelf just to highlight this. Looks a bit shit. Looks a bit shit. Looks a bit shit, doesn't it? Oi, mate. Emrose, thanks to tier 1 sub. I may disagree with some things you say, but darn, you make me think more about things. It's totally fine by me. From my perspective, I mean, of course, I think I'm right. If I didn't think I was right on something, I wouldn't say it. I mean, like, I'm not going to say shit I disagree with. But, like, disagreeing is good, you know, in general. I've seen what it looks like when people who watch me get all their opinions from me, and it's not pretty. It's from my perspective, at least, right? You gotta pitch a broader tent than that. There's no fucking way I'm doing you a good service there. You know, you have to supplement it, I think. Vosh, what do you use to take care of your beard? Okay, I literally did nothing for my beard my entire life, except for trim it often. Except for starting like 5 days ago, I'm now using a beard oil because I noticed that my my beard was a little scratchy around the sides, and it has softened it quite a bit. Yeah. But you brush it? Yeah, I brush it. And I've started using this nice beard comb that my parents got for me like 8 years ago. But I just kind of forgot about it, but I found it while digging around lately. The nice thing about these is that you can saturate them with oil. Like you leave it submerged in oil overnight or whatever, and then you get the excess off, and then it oils your beard when you use it. Wouldn't that make it slippery? No, it saturates into the wood. I mean, all wood, at least well taken care of wood, has oil in it, you know? There's an oil shortage. That's fucking true. That's pretty true. All right, folks. I think we did it. Doesn't it come off in your fingers? Is it coming off in the beard? Yeah, a very small amount of oil is coming off of it when you use it. But like that happens when you touch anything. There's a small amount of oil all over your body. Your body exudes oil as well. It's just, yeah, that's normal. You know? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But like, it doesn't feel weird. Like this is oiled, but it doesn't like leave a residue on my hand. I don't notice it or anything. It's just a tiny amount that like, you know, does it smell? Yeah. Yeah, it smells good. Like really good, honestly, but only a little bit comes off. Smells like what does it smell like? I don't know smells. I don't know like the names of smells. It's a very distinct smell. Very like mountainy. I don't know. It still smells a lot like when I first got it 8 years ago because I've kept it in a case. Pine? Pine would be my guess. That would be my, if I had to give it a name, I would say pine. I don't know if it's pine, but that's my best guess, yeah. All right, well, I guess I should get out of here. Folks, everyone take care. Have yourselves a wonderful day. I'm going to be here tomorrow, if you can believe it. Keep an eye on what's going on with Iran right now. We didn't really cover that today. Peace.